Beautiful day. It's a beautiful day to be a Trump sexual. It's a beautiful day to be a Trump sexual. Beautiful day. By the way, I am pushing this Trump sexual thing until it goes mainstream. All right? You can hear it now. All right? If someone on a big channel or mainstream says Trump sexual or choke ideology, give me credit. Okay? I'm starting this movement and it needs to go back to me if it goes bigger, because I guarantee you, bro, it's a kill shot in conversation. This is a big deal. This is a big deal, guys. This is a big deal. Here, drop a like. Never mind. Here, like, sub, call in. Here's the Discord. I did not fix the Discord yet, because whatever. I have to do a bot. I did not do that yet. Yep, Trump sexual. That's why they call him daddy. I'm telling you, bro. The West Wing. I just watched the movie with on Amazon Prime called Miss Maisel or something. Something like that. But here, watch. I'm happy. I'm happy that you had a good experience. Good job. Proud of you. Are the chats open or are they on subscriber only? Okay, they're on anyone. That looks good. That looks good. Yeah, so my whole wave right now. So the whole Trump sexual thing comes from bronze sexual. Like what people say about LeBron James fans. I just put it on my shorts finally. Put it on TikTok too. Wait, did it not post yet? Oh wait, I didn't post it yet. I thought I did. Where is it? Is it loading? Oh, there it is. You can easily identify a Trump sexual because the moment. Okay, go make sure you go like this, by the way. Okay, that's good enough. That's fine. They open their mouths, they begin to spread their choke. Jesus. You can easily identify a Trump sexual because the moment they open their mouths, they begin to spread their choke ideology. That's why Donald Trump puts federal workers on gag orders and why congressmen call Donald Trump daddy. Kevin O'Leary, famous guy going on TV advocating for Donald Trump. What show was Kevin on? Shark Tank. You know what sharks have? Very powerful jaws. You can easily identify. Bro, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's the future. It's the future and the present. We need it. What's up? You never washed your hands for 10 years? Who didn't wash their hands for 10 years? I wash my hands all the time now, bro. BRB, Marvelous Miss Maisel. Feminism. I might need to change up the screen. I don't know if anyone's going to call in if I really ask if they're a Trump sexual. I really don't know what the appeal is for calling into that show. Maybe. Maybe. Why are you a Trump sexual? Dude, listen to the voicemails I get, by the way. And if someone comes on here, yeah, they can call in. It's open. But listen to my voicemails. Let's go through these a little. Damn.
Fuck you, man. Trump till the day die, bro. Jesus on our side, bro. Jesus on our side, bro.
He's eating.
Yeah, what's wrong with America?
Is that what they do? They get drunk at 4 a.m. and call into YouTube show lines to leave a message like that while grubbing?
Hi, my name's Hunter. I divide my time between Southern California and Mexico City, and I wanted to say I really appreciate your YouTube series.
Thank you.
And for enlightening people and getting people to question what's going on with Trump and everything. I just wish that the Trumpers that I know would get their head out of the sand and realize that they drank too much of the Trump Kool-Aid.
Remember, the entire trend here is that people get involved in these ideologies and movements. They tie their personality to it, and it's cognitive dissonance in a sense of feeling uncomfortable once you realize that you identify with this person doing something bad. So for them to go out of the Kool-Aid, to get out of the Kool-Aid, or whatever you want to say, they would have to see it as like a personal failing. Like, how did I fall for this? You know, and people don't want to do that.
Period. Thank you very much for your YouTube videos. I salute you, and if you have a Patreon or PayPal or something, be happy to give you some support, at least enough to buy yourself a nice breakfast.
I appreciate that caller. Well, not caller, but I appreciate that voicemail. We are taking callers too, but I'm going through some voicemails really quick.
Fuck your channel.
Thank you. Okay.
Fuck your channel.
Perfect. Thank you. This one's pretty good.
Hey man, this is Willpower from Willpower Media.
Willpower Media? What is Willpower Media?
Just wanted to have a nice little chit chat with you.
Willpower Media.
What's going on?
Where is Willpower Media? Is that a thing? Call me back. People want me to call them back.
Yeah, please call me back. I want to talk, man.
Please call me back.
Whatever.
What are you people doing, bro?
Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah. No, we're good. We had to fucking call the fire department out here, bro. We literally had to call the fire department out here. We got an investigation.
That's weird. Okay. What a great start to the evening. I reported you. You have been reported. Oh, little Trump sexuals in chat. I'm addicted to that word now, by the way. I'm going to spam that word more than anything. By the way, if you're a channel member, can you see if the new emotes added? They're not very high effort, but I did add new emotes. Like 3 of them. Nothing much really, but you know, it's something. We can start off by educating ourselves if we're not going to get callers right away on the Trump executive orders by watching Legal Eagle. Trump hates eggs. I added the kick one too, so you can tell me when to kick people. Yeah, the call lines are open. If people call in, you have that option. But also, I want to see this a little bit. Trump's first executive orders are a mess.
An executive order cannot contradict congressionally passed laws or contradict the Constitution. Executive orders have become more common over time, in part because congressional gridlock has made passing laws more difficult. Traditionally, the party that is not in the White House complains about the abuse of executive orders, and then once they get into the White House, they do even more via executive order than the previous administration. But actions taken pursuant to these orders are subject to judicial oversight, and you can bet that many of Trump's orders will be contested in court, just like they were during his first term. So let's dig into these executive orders. In one, Trump declared a national emergency on the US-Mexico border. In another order, Trump declared, quote, "The current situation at the southern border qualifies as an invasion." The order.
Now, if you want to understand what a constitutional crisis is, or what it might be under Trump, a constitutional crisis can be when, you know, the courts tell Trump he can't do something, but he still does it, or he still tells his loyalists to do it in the federal government. For example, if you fire every inspector general like he did in that purge, which is against the rules, you can have rules and laws, but what really matters is not only just the rules and laws, but also your mechanisms to actually enforce said rules and laws, which is why authoritarianism is such a big, like authoritarianism in general is such a big worry. It's because of that exact reason. They remove the parts of government that can hold anyone accountable.
Suspends, quote, "the physical entry of aliens involved in an invasion into the United States across the southern border until I determine that the invasion has concluded." Now, can the president do this? Well, the Immigration and Nationality Act outlines the legal framework for individuals who seek protection in the U.S. because they fear persecution in their home country. And the president might not be permitted to suspend physical entry of asylum seekers into the United States, and he may not be authorized to stop asylum seekers who are already in the United States from getting a hearing. Section 212F of the INA allows the president to restrict or suspend.
Someone said in the chat, I'm glad we're calling them aliens again. Yes, because you're a Trump sexual with emotions, okay? You have emotional issues, and you care more about hating people than you care about building up America. You don't want to build back America. You want to just be mad and crying in the corner because you're a little baby Trump sexual. That's all you are. Like, you have no other base to stand on, you Trump sexual. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing except worshiping Trump sexuality and your choke ideology?
Entry of non-citizens or groups of non-citizens into the United States if their entry is determined to be detrimental to the interests of the United States. Trump has dubiously asserted that immigrants are passing through countries with communicable diseases and that one reason they are detrimental is to the...
Look at that. Someone comments right now, your daddy, come to daddy. Trump sexuality is on a surge. It's on a rise right now, bro. Trump sexuality is sweeping over the nation in a way that it should not be. This cultural movement away from God and to Trump sexuality is a real concern for
health
me.
and national security of Americans, but this determination might have exceeded his authority. To deal with this alleged invasion, Trump asked the Secretary of State to designate specific international groups, including Tren de Aragua and MS-13, as foreign terrorist organizations. It says, quote, within 14 days of the date of this order, the Secretary of State shall take all appropriate action in consultation with the Secretary of the Treasury, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Homeland Security and the Director of National Intelligence to make a recommendation regarding the designation of any cartel. Can he do that? Probably. The authority to designate a group as a foreign terrorist organization is delegated to the Secretary of State by the
And I also would say, call back in if you just called. By the way, I'll take your call. But also, the president's power goes as far for some of these situations as the public lets them. So if the public gives the president the political capital to do all these things, and the Republican Party is full of a bunch of Trump sexuals, including the politicians, a lot of these things are dictated based on democracy, and if people give that politician power or a mandate to do so, which is, pretty scary because those are made up rules. So if a president really wants to, just like Trump did today, you can have rallies all throughout your presidency to draw up populist anger. Donald Trump having rallies right now in Las Vegas is not normal for a sitting president for a reason, because they usually do governing. They don't usually focus on the hype train like Trump does. Yeah, you can call back in, though, if you just called.
Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. So the president may direct the Secretary of State to review certain groups for potential designation, but the formal authority lies with the Secretary. Trump also announced plans to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to take...
And again, also, like I said, Trump has loyalists. In past administrations, including Nixon and Trump and a few others, the people in these positions were bipartisan appointments, and they held the Constitution above the president. But now Trump has loyalists in every position that have said, basically, we would put Trump above the Constitution. We'll put Trump above the Constitution.
Is with the Secretary. Trump also announced plans to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to take action against these groups, but that act only applies to people who are nationals of countries the U.S. is at war with or where there is a declared hostility. Trump ordered the government to halt the admission of refugees and cites situations in places like Springfield, Ohio, and Charleroi, Wisconsin, where large numbers of refugees settled. You might
That's hilarious.
Recall some of the complete fabricated lies about immigrants eating pets. Trump says his authority to suspend the U.S. refugee admissions program stems from his Section 212F powers.
Make sure you drop a like on the streams, by the way. Drop a like on the shorts and also on the regular video. Mostly on the shorts. We need a good algorithm boost there. On the shorts, drop a like. If you're watching, thank you for joining me. Call the number on the screen. Yeah, Trump talking about the Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio is hilarious. Hilarious. Disgusting. But it's whatever.
But Trump ordered the Secretary of State and others to designate cartels and gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. And he ostensibly gave the military more power to, quote, protect the territorial integrity of the United States and seal the borders. Trump directed the Attorney General to seek the death penalty for capital crimes committed by immigrants without legal status. And in another order, Trump rescinded former President Biden's administrative executive orders and ordered the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to, quote, evaluate and undertake any lawful actions to ensure that so-called sanctuary jurisdictions are ineffective. He also ordered the director of OMB to deny public benefits to illegal aliens who are not eligible for it. And the president is certainly within his authority to rescind former President Biden's orders and take lawful actions to limit the authority of sanctuary cities and states within the law. Trump also signed an order resuming building of the wall, suspending the CNHV parole program, which enabled Haitians, Venezuelans, Cubans, and Nicaraguans to settle temporarily in the United States. And the government must also stop allowing non-citizens in Mexico to make appointments to present asylum claims. Some of these new restrictions are probably within the president's powers, but it's hard to say how each of these will play out. The language in the executive order is not specific enough to tell us exactly what Trump will do and how he will do it, and it's likely that he will continue to sign new orders in this area, which will give us more clarity on what he can and cannot
Most of the executive orders are complete BS, Project 2025 copy and pastes as well, which is really interesting. Very interesting.
Call from Powell.
Not do. And the ACLU has already filed suit over the refugee policies. And as predicted, Trump has attacked birthright citizenship. As Liz Dye explained in our previous video, birthright citizenship is a cornerstone of constitutional law and has been reaffirmed in legal decisions for 150 years. Trump's order ostensibly declares that a child born in the United States is not a citizen if, at the time of birth, their mother is either unlawfully present in the United States or their mother's presence in the United States was lawful but temporary, and their father was not a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident. It applies to children born after 30 days from the date of the order, and the order is broader than expected, ostensibly covering children of undocumented immigrants and also those born to foreign nationals who are legally in the country on visas. Now, the interpretation of the 14th Amendment on which this executive order relies is not reflected in current law or legal precedent, and therefore it's very likely the courts will strike it down. As we've covered in other videos, the 14th Amendment says that birthright citizenship applies unless you are not bound by the laws of the United States. And I think even the Trump...
It makes no sense to ban birthright without doing other measures, by the way. Like, even for their ideology. Hello?
Hi.
Howdy, how are you, sir?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing alright. Yeah, what do you want to chat about?
I like Trump. You like Trump?
Nah. The egg prices are
you-
too damn high, bro. The egg prices at $10 right now is insane. I don't know why Trump did that.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, it's crazy,
I
bro.
don't
Dude, eggs are crazy right now.
You like pirates?
What?
You like pirates?
administration wants immigrants and tourists to be bound by the laws of the United States when they are in this country. Or he just created the purge. I don't know. Maybe that's what he wants too. Now, lawyers are not going to give up on bedrock constitutional rights without a fight, and the ACLU and at least 18 states have filed lawsuits to enjoin this order. Then there's TikTok. We've finally seen the TikTok order, and it raises more questions than answers. The order instructs the Attorney General not to take any action under the law for 75 days, and this extension is meant to give ByteDance, TikTok's Chinese parent company, additional time to negotiate a sale of its U.S. assets.
It's so cool how Donald Trump began all the bans for TikTok. Like, he started the entire movement to ban it, and then he got a big investment from a Chinese investor who also has a stake in ByteDance, and now he switched his position on it because Trump is easily for sale from anyone. Trump took both sides of the TikTok debate multiple times. He got mad in like 2023 or 2024 because they were going to ban it, and he's like, that was my idea. And now Trump's in office, and he's like, by the way, guys, I'm saving TikTok. Because Trump plays both sides of every issue. Because he lies so much, he can come out on top of anything. Oh, man. Hello.
This is the show, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Why are we treating this shit like it's fucking normal or something? Like, why are we discussing this shit as if this is what's supposed to be happening? Can we go back to like the fucking weird ass Tea Party people? Can we get away from this dumb shit? Like,
true. Why are we invading Mexico and Canada and Greenland, bro, or Panama? Why are egg
correct.
prices so high? What are we doing?
What the fuck is the point? Like, we're attacking our closest allies in order to prove a point to our enemies, which we suck up to.
Nah, but it helps our enemies. It helps our enemies by making us weaker with our allies. Because
it
like things like NATO.
helps them.
Trump wants to kill NATO.
But it also shows them that we are bitches.
True.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, when Trump left the World Health Organization, the first thing China did was step up to be the leader of the world. I don't know. Why I'm saying world for health.
The
World Health Organization. Now China is taking lead in a lot of these areas around the globe. So Trump is weakening our soft power everywhere.
Yeah. How hard is the BRICS fighting for the yen to be the fucking national dollar? Of course.
Yeah, and Trump's pushing crypto, which is destabilizing the U.S. dollar.
He's not pushing fucking crypto. He's pushing out money so that these dumb motherfuckers keep paying money for his $450 sneakers. I've never seen a motherfucker ever make this much money from our office, sitting at our desk.
No, but people will say that like everyone's corrupt, and they won't look at the actual numbers. Like Nancy
Nah,
Pelosi, her entire career made like $200 million from real estate,
the
but Trump
people who
making
say
50 billion in
everybody
one
is
day doesn't
corrupt
matter.
themselves. The people who say everybody is corrupt themselves.
Yeah, because they want
Nobody is
everything to
saying
seem the same,
everybody-
right? They want everyone to see it the same, so they don't know the difference between like how bad people are. Because there is a difference. One person can punch you, one person can shoot you. One's worse than the other.
I'll tell you what. Part of my conversation has never been everybody's corrupt. You know why? Because I haven't been corrupt, so I've never had a reason to address that, and I don't understand why we're entertaining these fucking goofies. We don't even have to play with them. All right, y'all got y'all 4 years. Yeah, y'all turned back a bunch of rights. Y'all took back civil rights. Y'all did all type of shit. Okay, shock and awe. But now you've gassed out. You pretty much gave us everything you got. 100, you know what I'm saying? Like 100 fucking executive orders.
Well, before I go to another caller, so I can find someone that disagrees, the issue is in authoritarian governments like this, typically when they mess up prices and the economy and when they want to go to war, typically they bring out authoritarianism and the Gestapo and the police and the federal agents to come and raid people's houses for their political opponents, which is something Trump did say he's going to do.
For no fucking reason.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Russia has done. That's how Putin got power. But yeah, that's my concern, is when the economy goes
It's Germany,
to shit.
Man. We're back in Germany. We're in fucking 1930s Germany.
Well, J.D. Vance said the professors are the enemy. You know, Elon Musk is talking to the neo-Nazi party of Germany.
He fucking saluted. It's over. He saluted.
Yeah, he did. He did. And no one cares. No one cares. He had, like, the movement in general, the fact that people even have to question it is just stupid. His thumb being tucked that tight, it's just, like, so basic. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a
I
normal
just had to have this basic conversation with you. I'm gonna let you get on to people who disagree, but I agree with you.
Appreciate you
fully,
calling in.
And I'm subscribed to you, and I watch you, and I listen to you. So, yeah, man, keep doing what you're doing.
It's good to come on here and rage a little bit. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I had to rage against the stupid machine, man.
No, but they listen to Rage Against the Machine, and they don't know it's actually against them. They just don't know, like, the key. There's like 10 words in that song, by the way, and they do not listen to any of them. It's like it's crazy.
The point is Rage Against the Machine. We are just components of this machine, man. There's no greatness for us. They don't want it.
Their songs are very simple. Those who are, same that burn crosses.
Yeah, we make more money, they take more money.
Yep.
Hey,
all right, thank
taxation
you, man.
is robbery, man. Taxation is robbery. But go ahead, man, on about today, man. I appreciate you. Super appreciate your time, but I do want you to be able to get to everybody.
All right, thank you. Have a good one, man.
All right, bro. You too.
Those who burn crosses are the same that work for. Those who work forces are the same that burn march. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. All right, who else is calling? Make sure you drop a like on the stream if you're watching. Appreciate you for joining me. I'm welcoming all Trump sexuals to call. Thank you. Hello.
How's it going, man?
Going pretty good. How are you?
All right. So the last guy you talked to seemed to watch leftist mainstream news media, and
he said taxation is theft too. So I mean, I think he's more of like a libertarian.
Well, I got nothing against like classic libertarians, which is just live and let live. But that's not really what Democrats have done in the last 4 years, is it?
Are you gonna cry about like masks or something?
Cry? No.
Yeah, no. Are you gonna cry about masks? Is that what we're gonna cry about? I'm just wondering which topic do you want to cry about emotionally? Name one. Name the biggest one that Democrats restricted your freedoms from.
Say again?
How did Democrats restrict your freedoms?
No one said that Democrats restrict. Well, I mean, besides like people getting kicked out of the military because they didn't take the jab. I mean,
you realize the military already has like mandatory vaccines in general. They have a lot of standards like that. It's just that the COVID vaccine became a social topic and people became a culture war.
Yeah, a big problem of you guys saying that vaccines are like the same across the board. Not true. Like You probably are. I've seen you live on YouTube quite a bit, and you seem to be under the impression that all vaccines are the same.
Nope, I know they're not all the same.
The fact that RNA vaccines are a brand new thing whenever it came to COVID.
Okay. So anyways, why are the egg prices so bad? Why are the egg prices so bad right now?
Are you gonna back up the COVID vaccine?
Why are the egg prices so bad right now?
Well, it's an experimental vaccine.
Are you on loop right now? Am I talking to an AI bot? Why are egg prices so bad? What is Trump gonna do about egg prices? I need to feed my family. What is he gonna do?
Well, he's gonna make egg prices specifically.
Yeah. How is he gonna? That's one big thing he campaigned on: grocery prices, egg prices. What is he gonna do for egg prices?
Well, grocery prices and egg prices are two different things. Like egg
Well, I buy
prices
eggs when I buy groceries, so I mean, what is he gonna do?
Supply and demand.
Sure.
And grocery prices are down to logistics. So if you make
so why can't Trump do that? Why can't Trump make that better?
I'm not saying Trump can make that better. I'm saying you've literally given
why
him
can't he not?
4 days.
What is he gonna do? I just want to know what he's gonna do to lower egg prices. I have not seen one plan. I'm really concerned about this.
You need a okay. So
what is Donald Trump's economic plan right now? What economic policies did he propose so far?
Tariffs.
Okay, how does that make egg prices or grocery prices cheaper?
Well, it's more money coming in, therefore less inflation, therefore less egg prices.
Wait, is he going to give the money to us? Wait, how is he going to, if he tariffs, how is he going to make egg prices lower? If he tariffs, what do you mean more money coming in? Is he going to give it to us to buy eggs? Is Trump going to give us an egg stimmy?
Do you know how inflation works?
I think you sound like someone who doesn't care about the American people because you don't care about grocery prices. You're talking about some wacky-dacky economics.
Born in America, I care about the American people.
Are you going to send me a graph or send me food? Like a graph or food? What am I going to get from you? Like I want to know what the plans are on egg prices and groceries. How are tariffs going to make egg prices? By the way, grocery prices, we get like 80% of our produce from Mexico. So putting a 25% tariff on them, which Trump is doing, is going to increase grocery prices. So like, why is he doing that? Like I want grocery prices to be lower.
Well, 25% tariff is conditional. You play ball and the 25% tariff goes away. Same with Canada.
Do you just have slogans? Are you going to help feed us? Or are you just, like, do you have, okay, you play ball. What does play ball mean? On what policy?
Well, I just explained it to you. Like at the end of the day, 25% tariffs lower of inflation. It makes a dollar more powerful. Therefore, you can buy more with less. That's how inflation works.
So by putting an extra tax on produce that we import, it's going to make produce cheaper.
No. It's not putting an extra tax on produce. It's putting an extra tax on countries that aren't paying their fair share.
You realize American importers, when Americans import goods, they pay the tax, right? So like,
let me finish my sentence before you interrupt me. This is a typical sort of leftist thing you got going on.
What, asking for facts instead of just emotions?
No, I have displayed zero emotion.
You're talking about the M2 money supply. I'm asking about grocery prices. So if we put a tax on everything we import.
Inflation. So let's not change the subject. Let's talk about what I brought up. And you
should we increase taxes to reduce inflation then?
No.
But you just said less money in the money supply reduces inflation, right?
That is literally the point.
You realize that doing tariffs is increasing our taxes across the board for every person that like engages in these business transactions, right? We're putting a tax on people. So you do support raising taxes to lower inflation.
We're putting a tax on
you're proposing. You're proposing raising. No. Importers pay the tax. It's an import tax. You pay the tax when you import to America. You get that on the bill in the same way that you get a sales tax on it. So you're suggesting making taxes higher to lower inflation, right?
No, you make tariffs higher.
No, that's an import tax. Tariffs are import tax. No, tariffs are a tax. I know it has a fancy word that Trump says. I love the word tariffs. Tariffs are such a beautiful word.
No, you're literally saying that the tariffs, the 25% tariffs that he's talking about from Canada and Mexico are going to get like knocked down to the American citizen. That's not the case. Whenever you put 25% tariffs on both of those countries, but we import a lot from, whether it be car parts or food or natural gas, whatever it may be, it actually makes inflation go down and the American dollar worth more.
So if you tax
You
higher,
don't seem to understand that.
if you tax higher, then inflation goes down. Anyways, you realize it's across the board tariffs starting February 1st for Mexico. Everything we get from Mexico.
Back to you tax higher. Yeah, if you tax the American people higher, but we're not.
You're
doing
taxing
that.
the American people.
We're
You're taxing.
taxes
So you
for the
do
American
you support
people.
do you support raising taxes for the ultra wealthy corporations, for example? Do you want to raise taxes for them?
Well, no, I want to decrease loopholes for American businesses, like say billionaires.
Okay, so tariffs are paid by these corporations, though. Tariffs are paid by these companies. They're paid by Americans who import things.
No. Tariffs are paid by the countries that they're put tariffs on.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. It's not how that works.
That's exactly
the countries
how that
don't pay
works.
a tariff for private businesses either. But private businesses make a transaction in the same way that you buy something from a store, you see a sales tax. That's going to be the same thing on the receipt when Walmart imports groceries or produce from Mexico, which is going to be meat and a lot of produce, like I said. That's going to impact February 1st. It's across the board for every good coming from Mexico. And we're deporting a lot of agriculture workers right now because the Trump deportations are targeting peaceful, hardworking people right now that are in this country working very hard.
Hardworking people that send the majority
across
of
the
their
board
paycheck to a different country. So as long as we're keeping that money that would have otherwise been sent to a different country, again, the American dollar is worth more.
Okay, so you want to tax food higher for Americans to lower the costs.
No, you keep saying tax American, like that's not part of this. And like it's weird that I keep saying tariff and you keep saying tax Americans, because those two aren't mutually exclusive. Like say
tariffs are paid by the importing company, right? Do you agree with that? Do you agree that tariffs are paid by the importer? The person that imports the good pays the tariffs, right? You know that. It's paid in America to our IRS.
No, sir. The tariffs are literally paid by the country who put the tariffs on.
No, they're literally paid by the importer. Google it. Literally Google it for 2 seconds. Hey man, you're showing your Trump sexuality. I wasn't going to pull this word out, but you're being Trump sexual right now. Bring out your facts and logic. Google import tax, tariff tax. Google tariffs. Google how tariffs work. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. Now you're going to be mad. Now you're getting sad. Now you're getting emotional. Now you want to cry. Now you want to dance a little bit around the issue. You don't want to get like right to the point. Google tariffs. Google who pays tariffs, importers or exporters.
I've done my homework on tariffs. It seems like
no, you haven't, because you can literally go and look out how we file taxes. There's a tariff sheet that importers fill out, and they pay the tariffs when they do imports. The importer pays the tariff. If you don't agree with that, you are literally your woke your choke ideology.
Amount.
You are on a gag order from Trump right now with your choke ideology. It makes no sense.
Try listen to what I'm saying instead of just keep cutting me off, because I know my argument makes you sound ridiculous. But
you don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Argument,
I'm saying water's wet. You're saying it's dry.
So
you can't just say maybe I might learn something when I'm telling you the facts. You don't know the facts, brother.
Yeah, you keep saying facts, but like it's I hate to tell you, I don't know if you actually believe this or if you're just doing it for argument's sake, but that's not the facts. Say they raise the price because of these tariffs were put on them. Then they literally, what's the word? They price themselves out of that contract. Like, we can get beef from Brazil. We can get beef from Argentina. We don't have to get beef from
reconstructing our supply chains. You realize the free market. Are you anti-capitalist? Are you anti-free market?
No, I'm pro-capitalist. Like
our trade deal that Trump negotiated, you know, tariffs are anti-free market and anti-capitalist, by the way. But the trade deal that Trump negotiated with Canada and Mexico,
they're not just
little baby.
They're about
okay,
as
so
capitalist
the tax.
as you can get.
No, if you restrict America and American companies
it's called the
from
free
doing,
market there, buddy. Like,
if you restrict American companies from using like labor from Mexico and importing produce, for example, importing produce from other countries is a lot more expensive. So either way, you're going to be paying more money because we're doing the cheapest way that companies can do it right now. And tariffs, tariffs regulate the free market. It's really a socialist policy Trump wants to do, right? Very socialist of him.
Not really. At the end of the day, like you can see what.
Just say you're okay with paying higher taxes for tariffs. It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, these ad hominem attacks that you keep doing, like
how is that an ad hominem? How is that an ad hominem M?
Well, you literally just call me a Trump sexualist. How
I'm
is
sorry.
that not ad
Jesus. Okay, I respect your identity. Okay, just know that.
That's what I'm saying. You can't stick to the actual point that at the end of the day, if someone wants to price themselves out of whatever market that we've been
you can stick on the point.
breaking in, then we can go find another market. And you're acting like if we go find a cheaper market for the same product that we're getting from somebody else because of these tariffs, that is somehow negative. That's literally the point of capitalism.
Okay, so if you open up a map, okay, you say we're going to import from Brazil.
Their money anymore.
So like if you import from Brazil, if you look at a map, okay, so like Mexico is like right there. We can import through the ground, which is a very cheap method of importing. Sometimes we even import through like Canada.
Yeah,
so we
why
send
is it
like
cheap?
through the ground if it's cheaper to import from there, or like Canada imports through the U.S. and gets it sent from the ground.
Why is it cheap?
So from Mexico, it's a lot easier just in general to
Mexicans
transport these
come
goods
across the
versus
border
Brazil.
for the last 4 years?
Versus Brazil. Like, do you realize how much more money it's going to cost to take produce from Brazil, especially produce? And I think you like more like food that's not like treated by chemicals. So I mean, we don't really want to import from that far away. It's okay though. It's okay.
You say far away. Planes exist, right?
Oh, so we have to fly materials that we're gonna drive through trucks. Before you think that trucks are more expensive than planes? Do you think planes are the same price as trucks to import goods?
I think they're way cheaper whenever you're coming from South America, and if you don't realize that I mean, that's on you, bro. Like,
Are you just gonna keep saying if you don't realize that about topics you're wrong about?
Well, I mean, explain to me how I'm wrong instead of just saying I'm wrong.
Ground transportation is cheaper from having to fly it and then do ground transportation either way.
It uses liquid petroleum, which is not cheap. You do realize that the car parts that we get from Mexico to this day come through by plane. Are you under the impression that the Mexicans don't understand that if they send it by plane and if they send it by truck, which one's cheaper?
I just want my grocery prices lower, man. I'm talking about groceries, not car parts. But anyways, Donald Trump is deporting people using military flights, so military planes. So each flight Trump takes right now for deportations takes around 80 people. So Trump is spending 800,000 people. He's spending $800,000, okay, to move 80 people. Biden was spending like 4,000 when he did deportations. Why is Trump wasting so much money on this?
Right. Biden let 10 to 20 million people in here illegally. Like, it wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for Biden.
Wait, are you gonna like talk about the current person in office, or are you gonna like just cry about Biden?
It's not crying; it's a fact.
Are you gonna cry about Biden, or talk about what we're gonna do to move forward? Like, why is Trump spending so much money on 80 people? To move 80 people, we're spending $800,000. $800,000? Are you kidding me?
I would like to have an intelligent conversation with someone who sticks with the facts.
You think that tariffs are paid by the exporting country? You don't know what the facts are.
Is this what you do? Like, every time you start losing an argument, you just say, I'm crying?
Do you just, like, not answer and make it like a third-person argument? Is this what you do?
You brought up, and your answer is, are you going to cry about
What is Trump going to do about the bird flu? What is Trump going to do for the bird flu?
I haven't heard a single thing about bird flu in 12 years. What about the bird flu?
You know why eggs are like $10 a dozen right now?
Oh, is it because of the bird flu?
We just had a record number of birds die in the past 6 months, in any 6-month period.
All right. Well, have you ever been in a farm? Because I grew up working on farms. Do you know how
the fact you have not heard about bird flu in 12 years tells me that you are a complete bullshitter, and you are not allowed on my stream anymore, because that is so sad. You are pathetic. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye.
Farms when I was 16 years
I hope you get a good...
I think I know a little bit more about this than you.
You don't know about the current bird flu? Like, that's the #1 story for agriculture in the world right now, is the bird flu.
#1 story, and I haven't heard about it, even though I watch the news
the fact you have
every day.
not heard about it means you're in a giant media bubble, or you have a bubble around your head and you can't hear things outside of your thick skull. Like, it's actually insane. Like, I haven't heard of the bird flu. Like, you haven't heard of the bird flu right now? Are you serious? That's the #1 that's like the #1 thing being covered because of the $12 eggs. I'm not wasting time on that, bro. Okay, drop a like and subscribe. Thank you for watching. See, that's a key vision of Trump's sexuality. Okay, you're so focused on Trump's beautiful face that you don't even know the bird flu is a problem right now. And that's Trump's approach too. Focus on the big flash. Okay, don't focus on my actual job, which is being president and making policies that help lower grocery prices.
Call from
Hello. How are you?
So you're complaining about the grocery prices right now.
Yeah.
Where were you the last 4 years?
In America.
So did you have no single critical thing to say about the last presidency?
Yes. In 2021.
In office in less than a week.
In
And you've
2021.
done nothing but cry since January 1st.
In 2021.
I'm just curious.
In 2021, the average cost of a dozen eggs were about $1.50, okay? In 2023, the average cost was around $3. That's when everyone had the breakdown about grocery
What's
prices.
your source? What
Now
website
the
are you
average
on? What
Fox
website are you
News.
on?
Fox News. Now
Okay.
the egg prices are it's Fox Business. Now the egg prices are average of $9. So they doubled under Biden from 150 to 3, okay, in 2 years. But they like doubled in a week of Trump's leadership. And the main cause is the bird flu,
Trump hasn't
which is
been
killing
president
birds
for a week
everywhere.
yet.
Okay, so the main cause is the bird flu, and Trump has shut down our
Has
health
Trump been president
organizations.
in a week?
Trump has
You
shut
just
down our
said
health
something
organizations.
incorrect. I need you to go back and correct it real quick.
Trump shut down our health organizations in the midst of a terrible bird flu crisis that's causing our groceries to go crazy and our egg prices to soar. It's a bad time to do that.
So you keep going back to the bird flu, but I'm just
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
the
talk
number
about
one issue
grocery
facing Americans
prices
right now. You don't care about the egg prices?
Like in a general concept, like your string states, grocery prices. Let's just take out bird flu because
That's the number one pressing issue with egg prices right now. What is Trump going to do for bird flu? Farmers all across the country are in panic right now, and Trump is not doing anything.
Are you bitching about egg prices or are you bitching about bird flu?
Where do you think eggs come from, sir?
A chicken.
Yeah, and why would the bird why would the bird flu play a role here?
I don't know.
The chickens are dying, Jack.
Okay.
New caller. Call in. Make sure you drop a like on the stream, hit subscribe. Thank you for joining me. Appreciate it. Again, channel memberships are $3. $3 a month for a YouTube membership. Please consider becoming a YouTube member. Join our Discords. Join our Discord server. I'll drop a link in chat. I don't have my bot set up yet, but I will drop a link for it. Appreciate it. Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Pretty good, how are you?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, I was just calling in. You wanted to, I guess, talk to people you disagree with?
Yep. We go ahead on whatever.
No, I'll let you lead the way. I mean, I'm okay with that. I mean, you're the host.
What, do I gotta do all the work?
What hell? Okay. Well, one, I'll comment. I actually applaud you. That not the caller last. Well, actually, the last two callers were really dumb. That one, he really took the cake though on the tariff one. It was pretty much painful to listen to that. But no, I agree with you on the tariff aspect of it though. But disagree with the outcome. So for the what Trump's trying to do with the tariffs, I do disagree with the executive power. Pushing it to that extreme. What he's trying to do, though, from my understanding with the tariffs, are to incentivize businesses producing back in America. Will it work? I don't know. So he can also incentivize the other thing he can do is with the tariffs is he can put the incentive on production elsewhere. So redirect production to be done someplace like India, Taiwan, other areas like that. Should you want to do that as well?
I'm just confused of what the goal of that is then, because if we're just gonna like redirect and go to a less optimal version of like the market, I just don't understand what the goal is of the tariffs at that point, you know?
Oh, well, we we actually made a really bad decision. Like I'm gonna give a really wide time gap here, right? Sometime between 1950, 1970s, 20 years, we actually made a decision to boost China's economy by pushing production and incentivizing production done in China. This playing out kind of as it is now, China being an economic powerhouse now, doesn't seem to be playing out too well. They're kind of like a frenemy. We don't need to go direct, aggressive with them, so to say. But should you want to redirect? Now, what has happened, it's actually hurt the U.S. economy in that sense because, there's a wealth of cheap labor there, and we've actually kind of crippled ourselves in a sense that we don't even really produce our own steel. We don't really produce our own resources. And even if we wanted to try to gin that up, should there be like a world conflict, it isn't as easy as just saying, okay, well, let's turn on a steel factory. It really isn't that easy. It is it's a trade, right? I mean, could we increase producing steel? Yes. But there's aspects of like getting processes down and enhancing those and stuff like that. And we're
Okay,
kind
but
of at a disadvantage.
there's
But go
a
ahead. Go ahead.
difference
I
with like
digress too much.
China. But
Yeah,
my
go
biggest thing right now is we're doing across the board tariffs starting February 1st with Canada and Mexico, and Trump's complaining about the USMCA, which is the new version of NAFTA, which Trump made and bragged about. So with that tariff across the board for Mexico and Canada, it makes zero.
So
I cannot follow the logic on that at all.
Well, actually, he gave reason on that one. So he'll lift on Canada, and Mexico has more stipulations. He'll lift it if they get the fentanyl under control. So their trade with they're doing nothing to prevent the fentanyl coming in from China and coming into the United States. So actually, he put a pretty big stipulation. Said, hey, start policing your area, quit allowing it to pass to your borders. Right? Because, hey, it's no problem in Canada, right? No problem. It's really not a problem in Mexico, right? Because there's not a huge, economic powerhouse there. They're allowing the countries are not enforcing their own laws or even helping in any, regard. And there's a lot of evidence around that, especially down in Mexico, where, things just pass straight through and go straight into the United States. So he actually put a huge stipulation on that and said, hey, I'll lift the tariff. So he's using it as punishment. Now, this is unfounded. It may or may not work. I mean, that's the thing. I hope that he has the, willingness to abandon that approach should it not work.
So,
I don't necessarily agree with it. I understand the attempts at it.
So, in general, with like fentanyl, by far, the majority of fentanyl comes through legal ports of entries smuggled in by American citizens. By far, like 85, 88, 90%. So targeting illegal immigration there doesn't really make much sense. And also, with Biden, he had super high immigration numbers, obviously, for a lot of his presidency. At the very end, it dipped down to below pre-pandemic levels. And one of the big reasons is that Mexico has worked with us a great deal. For example, Mexico increased its National Guard presence along its northern and southern borders, preventing migrants from reaching the U.S., the U.S.-Mexico border. And Mexican authorities enhanced enforcement against human smuggling networks already, and intercepted migrant caravans, reducing the number of people trying to enter the U.S. illegally. And Mexico also expanded their legal pathways so they can help us do asylum claims and all that kind of stuff within Mexico and other countries. So their border in the south with, I think it's, a lot of Guatemalan migrants as well. So Mexico has been working with us to an incredible amount. And that's why when Donald Trump called Mexico threatening tariffs and he said on Twitter, like, I got a huge win against Mexico. Now they're going to work with us. It was already happening under Biden, but no one really reported it because it was so bad under Biden's like midsection of his presidency. But near the end, the improved numbers, like no one talked about it. So like knowing that It makes no sense to me at all why Trump is like threatening 25% across the board tariffs on all goods, especially when he campaigned on grocery prices. And I think like 60% of our produce imports and groceries in general come from Mexico, and I think 60% of our light crude oil comes from Canada. So gas and also groceries, tariffing Canada and Mexico. Canada makes even less sense, but like tariffing both of them. And again, Donald Trump made our trade agreements with both, and he complains about it for some reason, and no one ever asks like why he complains about his own trade deal. Why would he do these tariffs that are going to increase costs for the exact industries that like or the exact markets or areas, whatever, the exact goods that Americans voted on being too expensive? It's really weird to me.
Now, you're 100% right, by the way, as there is a chance of prices reflecting to us should they be to a point where obviously they continue to produce, right? Now, with what, and Trump kind of explained this a little bit to some degree in terms of like again, he's using the tariff. He says he's going to make money off the tariffs, but I don't really see that happening because he's setting the tariffs at such a ridiculously high price to incentivize them never coming into effect, right? So, and therefore the price doesn't come in,
just one big thing. Okay, so if the reasons he's doing the tariffs do not correlate with the real world, my big concerns with Trump is that he's a big propagandist. So like for the fentanyl crisis, coming through legal ports of entry, that's not exactly going to be Mexico's job. They have done a lot to help us with that, which is why we saw the largest reduction in fentanyl deaths that we saw in American history under Biden in the past 6 months. Sure.
Legal port of entry. Okay, so you're right? So on legal ports of entry, right? But that is legal ports of entry is literally good working people, right? I mean, if I go through a Canadian border, right, legally, right, smuggling goods, that doesn't change the fact that they're allowing the drugs to come through, right, along with the Mexican border. So regardless that it came in through a legal port of entry, it was obviously unknown, and then also they're not doing enough to police it. It has gone to a point that it is, quite frankly, an epidemic, and they're not policing their own ports, right, allowing the fentanyl coming in from China, being produced over there. So that's kind of the hope, and, it's like, hey, start investing in policing. Stop allowing it coming through the legal ports of entry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but they have done that. Like they're already doing that.
You're not going to get. Well, hold on. But I so this is why I'm okay with it coming through the legal ports of entry, because you're not going to get the large quantities coming over with somebody like a small backpack and digging tunnels and sneaking in. That's not going to happen, right? So obviously you could watch those fun videos of like how they hide it in those trucks, and
but like the people that are busted for this are very white American citizens who usually get like into some shady stuff online. That's the big issue with this. My big point is that Donald Trump is talking about a problem that Mexico has already been working with us on, and he's either just gonna use this for like a propaganda run. So again, he's gonna like say he did something and not actually do it, just like he did the first time we talked to the Mexican president and said he got a win off it, and he just referred to a policy that Mexico was already doing for Biden. But that happened when he like won the election. Or he's gonna do it and it just like doesn't make sense. The standards for Canada, especially. Just follow this train of thought before I go to another caller. Trump says, for example, Canada needs to strengthen their borders because they're not protecting America. And I'm going to threaten tariffs so they make their borders stronger. But also, I want Canada to become a state. But also, Canada needs to be tariffed so they can have a relationship with us similar to what the EU has, and we can cross over the border with zero issue at all whenever we want. So, like, how can he, believe we need to tariff Canada to make their border stronger, while at the same time saying we're going to annex Canada or ask Canada to become a state? How are we going to make our borders weaker and stronger with Canada? It just does not really make much sense to me.
So even if somebody has voted for Trump, I don't take every single word he says literally, because one, he rarely ever acts out on some of those. He does say things bombastic to troll. Do I necessarily agree with it? He's not my favorite president in terms of being presidential at all.
But the 25% tariffs are real, right?
But
That's happening February 1st.
no,
It's
those are
happening.
real. Those are real. He will put. I do not doubt for a minute that he will put those into effect. Now, let me. You've mentioned Mexico a couple times, and I just want to kind of respond on that one, right? Where they've strengthened up their aspects of preventing illegal caravans and stuff like that. Well, that's fine, I guess, right? And I applaud that, right? And there is a direction, right? However, I mean, it's kind of, it would be gaslighting to, in effect, if we didn't all witness literally caravans just slowly walking through all the way to the border with no intervention from them. That did happen, and for them to then say like, okay, well, we'll work on it. That's one of those things where it's like you do such a bad job and you lower the bar so low that you want to get applause for doing the bare minimum now, right? Like,
No,
so
but I'm sorry,
it's
but like
too
Trump,
little, too late, right?
In 2016, when Trump won off immigration, okay, the border crossings were lower than when he was in office. Obama had more deportations as a real number and raw number and a percentage. More deportations than Trump did. But like the Democrats don't politicize it in the same way. There's a big influx of immigration and inflation after COVID that got blamed on Biden unfairly, and we did not see a rise in crime as a result of this. We did not see a rise in migrant crime. There were still crimes commit by those who are not American citizens, but that does not mean there was an uptick in crimes as a result of Biden's policy. And what I want to say, the big thing I want to say is Trump has never said one thing. And this is gonna be our final thing before I take someone else. But like, Trump has never said one thing at all. He is. You can probably not name one statement he ever made that shows he has any understanding of our immigration, of our amnesty, of asylum. He says when he talks about asylum seekers, about people from insane asylums. I don't know if he actually understands. Like, I don't know. He never said anything intelligent when it comes to the actual immigration system. So when Biden was focusing on the root causes of immigration and working with Mexico and working with Guatemala and working with all these different countries to help these areas of the world take care of the issue themselves instead of us using resources on it, the fact Trump now wants to quadruple our funding there, use the military, and throw all that diplomacy away by threatening tariffs is very troubling to me, because we're kind of like walking back our like smart and pragmatic way to fix the issue, and we're going back to our like, oh, we need a wall version of it. And I just don't think Trump ever presented any solutions at all that shows he has understanding of what the issues are.
I think it is good to end. It's on a positive note. One thing is that the southern border has been a campaign issue, I think, almost since like Bill Clinton. I think it maybe George Bush Sr. Thereabouts, and ever since then, every single president ever has campaigned on resolving a border issue and that southern aspect of it. One of the things that's great is that we both agree, though, that there has been an issue, and now it's just more or less, disagreeing on solutions.
Well, I don't like that. Like right now, they're going into, they've gotten U.S. citizens detained, including U.S. vets, because they're going into businesses where there's people working hard, trying to provide for their families. Like, they're working hard. These are hardworking people. They're not going for criminals. And by the way, U.S. citizens, if you poll them, I think only like 25% wants a full deportation. Like 70% of Americans want to go after violent criminals. But what Trump's doing right now, going into schools and businesses, like these are very hardworking people who just want to be here and live and add to America. And we're detaining like U.S. vets and U.S. citizens. It just shows a complete mismanagement. And that's what I mean at the border. If we're not going to take the issue seriously, if we're not going to talk about doing a fundamental change or trying to get something bipartisan through Congress or whatever, because Republicans, they control everything now. If we're not going to talk about those fundamental solutions, I don't want to hear everyone talk about the walls and the military campaigns, because at that point, you're really just ruining a lot of our, a lot of what made America great to actually begin with. We're losing a lot of those values along the way, and we're not really fixing the solution fundamentally, because there should be a path to citizenship.
Though.
There should be a path to citizenship.
But we can't cheap. Like it should still be upheld and respected, because there are a lot of predecessors that have gone through that process, and I do want that to become easier. I actually genuinely do. I've researched it, and I think some American citizens wouldn't even be able to get their own citizenship had they not been.
Well, they're going for the easy deportations right now. There's people who are like who were brought here by businesses, who have worked very hard, who have lived here for years, and they may have had a kid here. Now they want to they want to denaturalize the kid. These people who have been supporting our communities and paying taxes with no representation. And not being able to get Social Security, Medicare, and all those different programs. It's just really, really bad to me that we're losing such logic and fact in society. And we're also dehumanizing people for no reason.
Yeah, there's huge risk to that. I don't like that. So even though I voted for the guy, and I do think that he's best for the job, at least this go around, he's overextending the executive power. It's already sound in law. You cannot birthright citizenship is there.
Yeah,
Should we
even
want to
before
change
law.
it? And even if you
Yeah.
disagree, even if we disagree with it, right? Because I could bore you to tears. I could talk about the history of the 14th Amendment and why it came into play. But regardless of all that, you know, he's abusing the executive power. And sometimes I'm judging like, okay, what game's he playing at? But here's the thing: I don't like because there will be a candidate that is not mine, right? I don't like those games being played to that degree, right? Because I don't want to set the precedents. I think he's trying to push a Supreme Court decision that, quite frankly, has already been. You know what I mean? Like he's intentionally doing something
Yeah,
that
it's
he
very
knows
settled.
he's not supposed to do, to sue, and then it goes to a Supreme Court decision, and because that's the only way it'd get to the Supreme Court, right? I don't really like that approach because I don't want to.
Well, not even just, but the fundamental
you know,
value of like doing that action just is not beneficial to literally anyone. The way he's going about this is not beneficial to any Americans, to any country, to our country. Like he's not doing things that are beneficial to America. All that I ask, and I'm gonna go to another caller now, but like all that I ask is that if Trump continues to extend executive powers, he just fired a bunch of investigators and government watchdogs overnight in a late night purge. If he does like military tribunals that or they try to purge every 4-star general, if he keeps on expanding executive action to to an insane extent to where they like, for example, the DEI, okay, if he wants to change government policy, you know, I still have a problem with that, but and especially with the way they're doing it. But if he goes and cracks down on private businesses and he takes away freedom of speech from people, all I ask is if Trump does do all the insane shit that he says, if he does all the stuff you say you don't know if he's serious about, if he does do crazy shit like invade Mexico with our military or invade Greenland, that you vote for whatever the opposite party is from that, at least from a constitutional perspective. Because at that point, I think
I wouldn't.
we'll be entering a really bad era.
Yeah. No, I'm not a Trump loyalist in that degree. I do
That's
evaluate the action and then, you know, where it is and then is it being blown out of proportion? Because you do have, like, you know, there are some things that are just like, oh, that's not what it was, you know, it's not what he said, you know, but yeah, so if it gets to that point, yeah, no, I'm not going to, I don't know who the hell I'll vote for, but I think, you know, country being shambles at that point, right? So,
yeah.
So, but anyways, should that happen? Yeah, sure. You know.
All right. Well, thank you for
okay.
calling in. Appreciate it. Hope to see you on the channel.
All right. See you.
Yeah. That's my favorite as well. Everything Trump has said has the potential to be very damaging, okay? If everything he says is true and he does it, it's going to destroy America. But I just don't take him very serious. Oh, man. They banned imports of corn from America. Jaden, thank you for the $5. Well, they banned imports from America only for certain kinds of corn that they thought would interfere with their native populations. It was an environmental concern. So you can still sell corn in Mexico, but it needs to be for like animals and livestock. So they did not ban corn wholesale. They had a reason for doing it, a very specific reason for doing it. That is not in any way comparable to Trump doing across-the-board tariffs. It's not comparable at all. And by the way, the tariffs are a mechanism to avoid responsibility. The tariffs are a way for him to say, you know, I'm going to force Mexico to do fentanyl or to take care of the fentanyl crisis. I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm going to, you know, tariff Canada and blame them. I'm going to blame whatever other countries for conflict. I'm going to blame Panama for shipping issues or whatever. I'm going to blame Panama for China. He's using all of these different dumb topics in a way that allows him to avoid responsibility for actually fixing these issues. And so far, the Trump sexuals that I know have not really made a stand at all about grocery prices or asking for any plan. They just keep clapping along. Just smile and wave. Just smile and wave. Thank you for watching. Please drop a like, subscribe. I'll take another caller in a second. Please consider becoming a channel member. Canada wants to stop GMO corn from pollinating their heirloom strains. Hey, golf, that's way too complicated for us. We need something... Heirloom strains, okay. That's a new talking point. Was it on Twitter? Am I going to go on Twitter and see something about corn from whatever? Staying in the polite chat today? Cam's hiding in the polite chat. A-golf's in the deadly one. A dozen eggs is $3 in Washington right now. I can tell you order your groceries to your house. Tell Americans that. You're so out of touch and rich.
Call.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. I think I remember you. If you said
Yep.
voter from Georgia. I
Yep.
assume you called on to complain really quick. That's okay if you
So,
did.
I have one simple question.
Oh, okay.
What do you think about Trump's support with getting out of, I can't think of the name right now. He got out of one of the climate agreements with I can't think of the name right now. One of
The
climate
Paris
agreements.
Climate Accord, or the
Exactly,
Paris
yep.
Climate. Yeah. So that's basically a commitment. It's a messaging thing, to be honest. There's nothing really keeping countries tied to it. It's a way to measure our emissions and to measure where we are on that issue. So him leaving has no material effect, but it does have an effect for like 12-year-olds that get really excited when he does things that liberals don't like. So like it does shift the intentions for America. It does shift our leadership globally. We're the only country really globally to not be in this now. And when we give up soft power, for example, we leave the World Health Organization, other countries step up and become global leaders. China's already kicking our butts on clean energy. When it comes to their technology, their batteries, their cells that they use for them, any type of green energy, because they see the effects directly there. They can barely see the sun in much of China because of their overproduction. But just in general, instead of America becoming a world leader in future technology, now China is going to take the lead in a lot of these areas. And the Paris Climate Accord, it just shows a fundamental shift in American society where we care more about these, not we, but Trump cares more about the red meat for the base. The base doesn't care about any real issues. They don't care about egg prices right now. They just care about symbolic gestures that show that we're anti-woke now. And wokeism is their big scapegoat in the same way that every, movement like this picks a scapegoat, the woke ideology, anti-DEI. So yeah, it's really, that's the big change. And Trump, he wants to ban solar and wind energy, ban any new solar or wind projects, which is crazy. But yeah.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Trump's going to make America gross again. Good night.
All right, thank you. I'm banning this account, bro. This account does nothing but ridicule me. I'm banning them. Bye. Don't chew gum while you stream. I'm not. Shut up. On a comment from like a week ago. Are you kidding me right now? A week ago? How's it going, guys? I hate Discord. I hate my Discord. I hate my Discord. I'm just gonna be honest. Whenever I go on Discord, I get
I wanted
mad.
to talk about the birth. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press.
Hi.
Hey, so I just wanted to say a couple of things about the bird flu and so Trump has banned all communications from the CDC, the NIH, from communicating with any public health. And big pandemic, the public is not going to know anything about it. And right now there's no human to human transmission, but if somebody contracts it from raw milk or the birds or whatever, and also has the regular flu or something, they're afraid that those proteins that they'll actually switch on to be able to transmute or transmit the bird flu from person to person. So it's scary. And he's intentionally pulling the wool over people's eyes. And yeah. So
Yeah, he
like there
wanted
was
to
just
do
a
that
whole
with COVID, right? He tried hiding COVID numbers.
yeah, like well, he wanted to even do like the daily like the press conferences himself from day to day, like during COVID, because he was
Yeah.
trying to control the narrative
Oh
and
yeah,
like
I
wanting
promise you too. Like what they're gonna do is block all information on this, make people mad at immigrants, say immigrants are spreading disease, or say some other like conspiracy theory. And this is how it happens in all of these authoritarian administrations. They shut down all of our rational thought. They villainize professors and scientists and doctors and all that kind of stuff. Then when something goes wrong, they blame it on immigration. They blame it on their neighbors, and they make us fight each other. That's what Trump wants to do. He wants us to fight each other. He wants to hide the actual facts. But yeah, he wants to censor, put gag orders on federal employees. We're in that kind of era, and we just have to hope that we can get through it. But also, there is a vaccine ready for the bird flu, by the way. But
right
like Trump's
because
administration will have to like put that through, I'm guessing.
well, and that's because that's us saying that it's like the CDC or whatever organization it is. One of the tasks that they do regularly is they look forward at different viruses and stuff like that that may possibly outbreak or something in the future. And like that's why people were saying that COVID was a hoax, because they have been researching the coronavirus vaccines for a while, and it's like, yeah, that's what the CDC is designed to do. Like,
yeah, and it's the entire globe. That's the World Health Organization too that Trump pulled out of. When the entire globe is working on a project. So like regular vaccines, if you want to say like 5 years is normal or whatever, but when you have over a year, the entire globe focusing on this one issue, which is a new form of a pre-existing virus. We already know what coronaviruses are, but it's a new virus in that family, and we also have this technology already. The entire globe sharing information and coming together is what helps those things go quicker. If you ever play the pandemic game on your phone, I forget what it's called. It might just be called Pandemic, whatever. But yeah, that game, yeah.
Pandemic board game.
Yeah, anything like related to this stuff, it just works better when everyone collaborates. But no one cares. Like JD Vance just said, professors are the enemy, straight from Adolf Hitler.
I don't know. Nobody is talking about
Plague Inc. Thank you.
Plague. Oh yeah. You guys were. I play board games, not phone games. I don't play video games. I play board games.
That's good. It's better for your brain.
But yeah, no, people aren't. When somebody was talking about the bird flu in chat and like not understanding like the egg conversation, like people don't understand why we're talking about the bird flu, and it's like, so obviously
it's crazy.
Whatever media tunnels, like it's completely hidden because he's shut down. I can't believe I forgot the WHO when I was listening to the CDC and the NIH. Like, and I guess like Biden's last week in office, he actually like put out like a push statement to like organizations to try and make sure that people are aware of the issue, because he knew that the next administration wasn't going to do anything about it. But it's just, and like I said this in the Discord the other day too, about how scary it is, because like I work in healthcare. I'm on the front lines. Like the only reason the Trump years were good for me was because I was making hazard pay. Like
it is sad though that most of the one of the highest anti-vax populations being nurses and RNs, and well, not really RNs as much, but like
I can't believe how many of my coworkers are pro-Trump. Like,
we also have to look at the levels of education we allow certain classes to have. Like when you're there to be like a nurse, especially like if you're not going to be like an RN right away, you're not given that like extensive training on vaccinations and how vaccines are worked, or like how clinical trials work extensively. A lot of it is doing a lot of the labor of the office. It's not going to be the person coming in like seeing if someone's sick or not. So I think it is a failure of our system in general for a lot of different areas that we just don't give this education to people too.
But like I worked in a nursing home during the first full year of COVID. Like, so, what I was saying, being a CNA, like, I work one-on-one with patients. Like, I want to be able to smile with them. I want to be able to, like, sit down and have a cup of coffee and, like, relax with them. And, like, just having that human connection of, like, face to face. Like, I don't want to have to, like, go back to wearing face shields and face masks and having to wear all the PPE and, like,
well, no one cares because they're not the ones that have
I
to
know
deal with it.
nobody.
And
I
when
know
they do want to
nobody
deal
cares.
with it, they're going to need to
That's
do.
just a selfish wish of mine to,
Yeah.
to want
How
to
dare
have a
you
human
ask?
connection with my patients.
How dare you? How dare you want things to be good? We need things to be bad because we're bored in America because we have it too easy.
I want to be able to provide.
Thank you for your update on the bird
Okay,
flu.
yeah. All right.
I'll keep asking people about it, see if they know what it is.
What?
No, thank you for the. I'll keep asking people if they know what the bird flu is. See if anyone knows.
Like,
Why would you
what
talk about
even
the bird
outlet-
flu and egg prices?
Yeah.
Oh, where do you think eggs come from? I don't know.
Broke. Like, I can hear the toast burning. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I'll see you
Okay.
in the chat.
Yep.
That's one of our mods.
Okay.
Sprig. Thank
Clog
you.
up your chat. All right.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Yeah, I had a Sprig in chat. Why would eggs and bird flu be related? Bro. All right, let's look at my meme again really quick. Make sure you go watch my YouTube short and like it and share it. And follow my TikTok too. Oh wait, 1 second. Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much, how are you?
Enjoying the chat. But I wanted to just touch back on immigration. I know you're up to the bird flu, but I just wanted to make a point on immigration. I work in the business, and I've always been amazed how people just assume Trump was better for the border and is best for the border now. You know, when Trump was president, it would take 2 years for a criminal alien to get a trial date. Under Biden, it's being done in was being done in 6 months or less. It was just way more efficient. You know, Biden deported, excluded more than twice as many aliens as Trump ever did. It's just way more efficient. And I don't think people know our country's immigration laws.
They don't care, sadly.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger part. They don't care.
They just want to get brown people out. That's their big goal. They're scared to see black and brown people that speak different languages in America, so they want to get them out. And they love seeing the border wall. They love seeing the military planes and the soldiers going after immigrants. They want to see the pain. Like, they do want to see the pain. It's really sad. And Trump never has spoken, like I said, he has never spoken once intelligently about our immigration system, only about how immigrants are terrible. Although, even under Biden's huge increase in immigration, which was not his fault, in the same way inflation was not, it was just a post-pandemic event. Even with that huge influx in immigration, high immigrant populations did not see any increase in crime related to immigration at all.
I do immigration and criminal law, and I remember going to a blue county in my state, not blue, red, and you know, when you go upstate New York, most of the crimes they deal with are drunk driving. And when the cases are called, they tell you what vehicles the people are driving. You know, they say the year and model. And all the brown people, all the people with Spanish names, their vehicles were 2020 and newer. And all the white folks there, their vehicles were like before 2020, 2016. And you can see it, that it's not, they know these people aren't coming here to commit crimes. You know, they know that's not what the overwhelming majority are doing.
Yeah,
They're
they see all
coming
the deportations right now coming from businesses. People at work are the ones they're going to deport right now. They're going for the easy deportations, of course, the ones that like everyone's going to be seeing visibly. But like most Americans say they agree with like getting violent crime out of this country. But the problem is, just like Trump said on Sean Hannity, when they see someone, they can tell if they're violent or not, just off the way they look. So yeah, I mean, yeah. They see them all as like violent criminals, and they feel unsafe on the New York subway. Although it's like 500 times safer to ride the New York subway than it is to drive through New York or whatever. Like it's much more safe on the subway than it is on the road. But these things intuitively don't make sense in their brains because they come into the conversation biased already.
It's sad, you know, that people like. I think you hit the nail on the head. They don't care. They don't care that our laws say it's okay for you to show up. If you show up at the border and you say, I want asylum, they're going to ask you why. If you make out a credible fear of persecution, credible fear of being persecuted if you're returned home, according to Section 208 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, they must parole you into the country. That's the law. They have to give you an opportunity to pursue your asylum application. And that's all Biden did. Trump, on the other hand, tried not to follow the law. And it ended up in courts, and it would just stay in court, and millions of dollars were wasted. It was just so inefficient. And I'm amazed that people don't do any research on what our laws are. You have to let the person in. It's not illegal. And if their asylum application is not adjudicated within 180 days, the law requires that you give them work authorization and the social. It's
Yeah,
the
and
law.
the response to that too is if Trump wants to change the law, he doesn't know what those laws are, by the way. He has no idea what those laws are. But if he wanted to change the law, he would need to be an effective leader and an effective negotiator, which he's not. There's a reason he got no bills passed through Congress as president, nothing consequential at all. Meanwhile, Biden got like 5, and he was barely alive his presidency. And it's like everything they say bad about Biden, it's like Trump times 50, even with health. Like Trump only sounds decent because he says the same 5 words over and over again. I can be 90 years old and sound good if I just say, no, you're stupid, if I make shit up the entire time. He just makes shit up, and people don't care because they love him. That's why I'm saying Trump sexual on my stream, because people are Trump sexual. And like they're just very
on a fifth grade reading level. He literally speaks on a 5th grade reading level, which explains why he attracts so many, because 54% of American adults cannot read above a 6th grade reading level.
Man, they're being lied to. And they don't know they're being lied to, sadly.
It's like being in high school and the bullies, the jocks, the D students, they're now running the show.
It is a really insecure crisis of like fake masculinity, and everyone in chat will be like beta male, soy boy, feminine, whatever. But the fact that conversations offend you, and the fact that we're now erasing all black history from the military, for example, in your anti-DEI pursuit, which anti-DEI just means right, you want to bring back the 60s, basically. And Trump is rolling back LBJ's executive orders protecting from discrimination on the basis of race and gender and whatever. They are emotional culture warrior babies who cry nonstop. It is very sad, but eventually the truth always comes out. The truth always comes out in the end, and we have to hope that we come out on the right side in some regard, in some type of stable country.
Let me ask you a question. Why is it that you're a white male, why would you object to Trump trying to implement a policy that would go back to the 1950s, where white male, regardless of experience, ability to do a job, would get the job? He's basically trying to turn the clock back to where white males came first, second, and third.
It's because I've actually gone through things in life that I was there for. Because people go through things and they don't really grieve or think about them, but I understand a lot of things about life and the nuances of being able to live in a good world, enjoying a good world, the safety and comfort we do have, the privileges we do or do not have. And I grew up very poor, but also I know the facts of the situation, and I've talked to people in general, and I just like, my first inclination is not to hate people. I don't believe things. I'm not gullible. I look into things. So when I read studies, for example, like the same application from a black person and a white person, the same application, the white person gets accepted, even as, even as close as 10 years ago. We talk about DEI. Now everyone sees any black person in any office or in any, work environment, and they say that's a DEI person, DEI pilot. That's a woke. You can literally replace the language of 1940s Germany. Instead of saying Jewish conspiracy, you could say woke ideology, and the rhetoric follows word for word. And I'm getting less scared to say that because it's really what's happening. And Elon Musk is talking to far right parties in Germany. He's talking to them about how we can't be ashamed of our history. We need to forget history. We need to rise up in a new, stronger Germany to bring back the greatness that we used to have. We have to reject multiculturalism. It's like literally rejecting multiculturalism was #1 talking point for Adolf Hitler. And people really just don't care. And for myself, I know that I'm not going to be in the elite ranks of society. If we bring back the 60s, I want to live in a good society. I want to see people enjoy life. I want to be in a community. I don't want to live in this punitive system where we're all bitching and complaining all the time. Sorry for the language, but like everyone wants to complain constantly about literally everything. We live in a great country. There's no reason for people to be pooping the bed right now. No reason to be pooping the bed over anything that people cry about right now. Like, we have a great country. We should be building on that foundation instead of hating other people and punching down constantly. But meanwhile, we support the billionaires of society. We support all the richest people in society because, again, the ideology is focused on supremacy. It's not just white supremacy. It's not class supremacy. It's supremacy in the sense that the people, these tech oligarchs, Trump, they believe they are better humans. They believe they are better genetic, not even just genetic, but they are better supreme humans that deserve to be in charge. And they have convinced many of us. You know how many working people I know that say to me, well, Elon Musk is so smart. I'd rather him make decisions than our government. I'd rather him make decisions instead of voting. It's like, are you kidding me? We're bringing back monarchies. Like, are you kidding me?
The car is a death trap. It gets in they're so heavy, they hit the guardrails, they are going over. The guardrails aren't designed to hold these heavy electric cars. But it's one of the first rebellions in America was when blacks and whites got together. I think it was it Jonestown? Somewhere in
Virginia. There was one in New York too, but like the workers' uprisings.
Yeah, they got together and say, hey, these rich folks are getting away with way too much. And what did the rich folks do after that? Hey, we have to get those poor whites on our side. And
divide and conquer.
Yeah, but because people are not reading, they really don't understand how similar things are now to what happened in Nazi Germany. And I like to tell people, be careful. When you dehumanize someone and try to take their rights away and start talking about exporting them, deportation, mass deportation, you give up your rights as well. Like, if you live within 100 miles of a border, whether it be Canada, Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, or the Pacific Ocean, if you live within 100 miles of those, ICE can stop you on the street, make you get out of your vehicle and search it.
They've been detaining American citizens already and detaining military vets. They've been detaining people already. So we're going to create a society where everyone's scared. They're going to start using AI to surveil people. All the 1984 stuff they say they're afraid of, they're supporting right now. They don't even know it. And like the Lake and Riley Act that's being passed right now, all that does is erode due process for everyone. So like, for example, if we erode due process for immigrants or illegal immigrants or undocumented, if we erode due process there, then what happens when they say you are not a citizen just off of a faulty claim, and there's no one to watch the watchdogs, there's no one to watch the people who are making these decisions, there's no one to enforce the laws. You're ruining human rights for everyone. And Donald Trump's like executive orders on capital punishment. They want to go back to making prison conditions as disgusting and inhumane as possible. You should never, as a human being, no matter what someone did, you should never enjoy the destruction of a human body. You should never enjoy seeing torture or seeing the destruction of someone, even if they are an evil person. We should not be elevating that in our society. That's why all first world free countries don't do death penalty. They don't do it, full stop. They just don't do it because we're supposed to be past that part of society where we're so baby brained and emotional that we do that kind of stuff.
No, but that's what men do. That, you're a beta male if you think that stuff is bad, but and you try to explain to these people.
Being a dumbass is cool now. It's real cool to be a dumbass.
Yeah,
love it.
Like the murder rate is higher in the South. The murder rate is higher in places where the gun laws are very liberal. And it's because you have to put a value on human life. If we want to move to the next level, you have to put such a high value on human life that taking it and disrespecting it, you have to meet a very high threshold. And unfortunately, the most Americans don't read. They don't understand history. They don't understand, when you take away someone else's rights or you give the government the power to take away someone else's rights, you're also giving them the power to do the same to you. A lot of those people in Germany, they thought, oh, he's just going to do it to the Jews, or I'm half Jewish, so it's not going to happen to me.
All the immigrants voting for Trump is crazy. It's insane. Like, they're literally just saying you look like an immigrant, get out of here. And someone commenting, you put value on life except when in the womb. I'm sorry that you value your belief systems and your emotions over like humans you can see in front of you. Like, you realize it's contradictory to say that you have to value life at conception, but then you can play God. You can play God. All right, the government you say you don't trust, you could play God and put someone to death on behalf of the state because you deem it worthy. So you want to play God and also pretend like you care about God with the womb. By the way, Christianity has not been intertwined with abortion because it's not actually in the Bible. It became a cultural issue in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, 70s, and 80s in a push to get you dumbasses on the Republican side. That's why they started making abortion a political issue, and that's why they detach you from actual human empathy. If you have your religious beliefs, by the way, you can still be pro-choice. You can still be pro-liberation and pro-freedom for other people, even if you don't personally believe in it. Even if you think it's morally bad, you can still be pro-choice for other people and abide by our constitutional values.
And that's what the Bible talks about. The Bible tells you you're not the judge. You're supposed to love your fellow man no matter what.
No, they say empathy is a sin now. Empathy is a sin. And they want to be able to say, like, I guarantee you, I am taller than 99% of chat. I guarantee you I'm more athletic. I guarantee I'm stronger than 99% of chat physically. But I talk in a way that's going to sound more educated, all right? And they'll comment on voices. They'll never comment on Ben Shapiro's voice, by the way, being like a beta male. But I guarantee you, just because I talk intelligently, they'll be like, you're a beta. Why would I listen to you? So it's like, until you guys take personal responsibility and personal ownership, until you have a little bit of patriotism or you give a crap at all about what this country is founded on, about our constitutional values, about a strong government for the people and by the people, until you understand, until you grow up and put your big boy pants on and really dig into what is the core fundamental value that allows countries like this to survive at our size and scope and history, until you do that, you're not going to understand it. And don't blame your confusion on other people. When things go wrong, join us and ask questions. I promise it's not going to be like you see on Twitter. Go talk to your community members. We'd be so happy if you would show any humility at all about being wrong about anything. And if you're mad about pronouns, I will give you that. Fine. If you don't want to be told to say pronouns all day, at least respect other people when you're asked to respect other people, and they might respect you back. Like, it's just very basic humanity.
Like I tell folks, it's not my business what you do in your bedroom with another adult. I do some pretty nasty stuff in mine. It's not your right to judge other people. That if you believe in God, God is the judge.
Only God can judge, unless if I'm me, then I'm allowed to judge.
Yeah.
Then I can,
So
yeah.
stop.
Unless if you're Donald Trump.
Stop. Just imagine. I say this. I was saying this to a MAGA guy I was having a conversation with. What would Jesus do?
He would say that immigrants are disgusting aliens that are infesting the blood of America. And also, Jesus, by the way, did not agree. Jesus did not believe in the concepts of nations, by the way. Jesus did not believe in these imaginary lines we draw between people. Jesus today would be called a socialist. If people heard him speak out loud, he would be called a socialist. And for the times he was. For the times he was. He was against an oppressive, like a traditionalist regime. He was like the progressive person versus who was in charge at the time that put him to death. He was the revolutionary in the Bible. Jesus was the revolutionary, and he was coming from a more a more liberal perspective from what was there. He actually was made like the New Testament was almost crafted as a result of like the Old Testament being so. By the way, my last thing I'll say, because I have to talk to some people that want to argue with me. It's really funny how the Old Testament. I hear independent churches that are very conservative go and quote the Old Testament for almost everything. They barely even touch the New Testament at these new like independent churches. Like the Catholic Church and the like United Christ and a bunch of those churches will talk about the New Testament and focus on that. But I hear a lot of Hebrew teachings, a lot of Old Testament teachings from these independent churches that are kind of producing a lot of very far right political people because they're focusing on these more punitive measures of the Bible and and really hyper focusing on the exact parts that they can use for political means. It's really scary.
You're absolutely right. But I'll go. I know other people want to call now. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thank you. I hope to see you around the channel.
All right, will do.
I think I will. I want to make Epoch mad by I want to make Epoch mad by saying religious stuff without citing anything or reading anything. Jesus would care for immigrants. He would not be screaming in a bloodthirsty manner, especially when things are not true. Like, especially Haitian immigrants, bro. If you're anti-Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, you're actually you're too stupid. The wrong you're, buddy. All right, I'm going to try to talk like a Trump supporter to this next caller. Let's see if I can. Not really. I won't do that. You're anti-Haitian criminals. Well, you think every Haitian is a criminal, so. GG's. Good opinion, dumbass. Woo.
You can easily identify a Trumpsexual because the moment they open their mouths, they begin to spread their choke ideology. That's why Donald Trump puts federal workers on gag orders, and why congressmen call Donald Trump daddy. Kevin O'Leary, famous guy going on TV advocating for Donald Trump. What show was Kevin on? Shark Tank. You know what sharks have? Very powerful jaws. You can easily identify a Trumpsexual because the moment they open their mouths, they begin to spread their choke ideology.
Hello? Yes, I am. What's up?
The other side of the fence, but I thought we could have a cool conversation because I'm quite curious what your guys' side is thinking, and this is a live convo, so I thought we'd have a little debate if that's possible.
Sure. Do you want me to start or do you want to start?
You can go ahead and start if you want, but I honestly thought we'd take off from, you said abortion wasn't in the Bible?
I really want to debate modern political topics right now, if that's okay. I mean, we talk about what policies we favor, but as far as that topic, that's something I probably need to prepare for.
Okay, well, what did you actually have in mind?
Just in general, I think if you want to talk Bible, I think the way that like Trump, for example, talks about immigrants as illegal aliens, I think even saying illegal alien in general betrays the teachings of Jesus and using language that says that immigrants are poisoning the blood of America or suggesting that, or even attacking Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. I'm really upset with a lot of Christians. I'm upset with Christians because Haiti in general has a lot of Christianity because of mission trips. And I know people that went on mission trips, and a lot of those people, those same people did not stand up at all. They did not stand up for the Haitian immigrants in Springfield who are filling up Christian churches when Trump went after them and when J.D. Vance went after them. So that kind of left a bad taste in my mouth.
Well, I think, first of all, personally, that Christians kind of have the wrong view on immigration to begin with.
Okay.
Immigration tends to create this sort of division where Christians, especially, they want to ignore the fact that they're biblically required to care for all people equally, no matter what nation they're from. Now, where I get a little disagreement with this, again, with Christians is I've spent a lot of time around Indian folks, and I've learned a lot about the Muslim culture and such, and they believe in a practice that makes sense to me, in that everybody stays where they came from because they get their nutrients, they take from that land, the food, the water, all these things that they've taken from that land, they return to the land when they die, and they go back to it and are refertilizing it. That kind of thing actually makes sense. There's nothing wrong with everybody staying where they are. The thing we need to do is look at it from a more worldwide view. Tending to every nation equally doesn't necessarily mean we have to invite everyone into the nation. It means we got to figure out how to fix everybody's problems. You know, if things were better in
So,
Haiti,
for example, would you are you saying you're in favor of things like foreign aid to make the immigration system better because less people would need to immigrate if the world is in less turmoil?
I don't think it's necessarily foreign aid that's required, but so much as the whole world needs to get together and start making policies that make sense together for everybody, not for one specific nation, but for all people.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Trump leaving the WHO and leaving a couple other global organizations kind of put that on the back seat for a decent amount of time.
Well, I think my problem with the WHO, and the reason I actually supported that, is because they actually stated they needed the population down 95%, which to me is a dangerous statement. That's something that's concerning and I need to look at. You know, 95% is a lot of the people in the world. In fact, 5%, that could just, you know, the 5% left over, that could just be their friends and family. What gives them the right
Why
to
do you
choose?
think the WHO said we need to reduce population by 95%?
Oh, they actually did. Here, give me just a moment, and I'll get on Google and research it for you and tell you exactly who said it.
I'll bet
That way
any
it's
money
not
that
just-
was not a thing. I'll bet any money no one ever said that from the WHO.
When it comes to oh, sorry, the video got cut in on us. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Okay, so I'm looking up the statement with World Health Organization right now, with 95% of the population needing to be removed. And I'll bring that up for you so you can see just exactly who said that. So that way there's no confusion on the matter. Sorry it's taken so long, but as you know, research not a quick deal.
You're good.
And if of course I put in WHO and it wants to convert it to WHO.
Yeah, I can't find anything. You can leave a link in. Well, actually, no, you can't leave a link in chat. Do you have a name for the person who said it?
You know, not on me at the moment, but oh, here
It's
we
not
are.
real. I'm just gonna say for my chat. No one ever said this.
it's
That we
right
need to
here.
reduce population by
Oh.
95%.
Oh, it's not real now. You don't want to discuss it, even though now that I'm finding it,
Who said it?
I'm going over it right now. This appears to be, I don't know his name. He's a black gentleman in a gray suit at the moment. Going through the reading, this is a whole freaking giant page of stuff to read. Immunization program. They're going over the COVID thing right now. I'm still reading through the article.
He left. He left. Bro, he just left. Bro, there's no way he left. He kept me here in suspense. He realized that he's full of shit, dude. He realized he Googled something for the first time in his entire life. He opened Google for the first time in his life and he realized that he was full of it. Holy crap. He believed the conspiracy theory that the WHO wanted to reduce population by 95%. And it's good that Trump left for that reason. Do they all think this? Is this why Trump won? Bro, this is why Trump won. That's insane. He just quit. You saw my hands. I was sitting back. Bro. Do people really believe anything they hear? Do people believe anything? Can you literally say anything and be someone that you love? That's what Trump sexual means, bro. That's what Trump sexual means. That's the pinnacle of Trump sexualism, of sexuality. Trump sexuality, bro. Bro, there's no way. Bro, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. If people are that gullible, we are dead, dude. We are dead. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. They really believe all this stuff. I see these lies and I'm like, wow, no one would ever believe something so stupid. And lo and behold, our superhero comes from the top ropes flying in ready to dunk on me. Like, yes, I am that dumb. Like, dude. Dude. We're cooked, bro. We're cooked. We're cooked. Try some rational thinking for a change, Jola. Didn't you consider that pronouns are evil woke mind virus? Don't you consider that pronouns make me upset? Bro, that call broke me, bro. That call broke me. I'm not gonna lie. That call broke me. That one got me. That's how you beat me in a... He's a troll. He's trolling. That's not a real person, okay? If it is a real person, it's a 12-year-old with a voice changer. Please consider becoming a channel member, by the way. Please consider becoming a channel member. $3 a month. YouTube channel member, please. I need more support.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
You say this is Leonard Skinnerd?
No, Ron Skinnerd.
Oh, I thought it was the band calling me. What's up?
No, man. So you're just not a big fan of Trump, huh?
You know, I don't think I have any reason to be. But you could change my mind.
I just think he done a good job, and he's probably the. You said something about a Trump sexual. I think he's by far easily the sexiest president we ever had.
I know. In what way? Describe it. Describe why you think he's so sexy.
Y'all leftist libtards are always, calling him the Orange Man. Orange Man. That's a nice tan he's got on there.
Okay, that's number one. He got a nice tan.
Yep. And I don't know. I like what he's doing with all them immigrants. Trying to get them out.
Nice.
You ever work with these sleaze bags?
No, I can't say I have worked with any sleaze bags. I've seen some pretty hardworking people out there, brother.
Yeah, what kind of work do you do? You just seem like you're on the YouTubes all the time.
I've done a lot of different kinds of work. I don't know if you can handle it, to be honest.
I can handle a lot, buddy.
I have severe brain damage from talking to callers like you. So I've been trying to really heal recently, take a break, you know.
All right, but I was just fucking with you. I'm sorry.
No, it's a good voice. You have to go harder though for me.
A good standard Trump fan voice, right?
It's a good voice too, cause like if you really think about the voice going in with like the talking points, it sounds like someone just joking about it. Cause you said like really dumb comments, of course, about the tan, but that's something they would say about him. They would like unironically call in and say that. So it's hard to really. After the last caller, you heard the last caller, right?
Oh yeah, that's why. I just stumbled across your YouTube thing, and I was like, shit. There's a number on the screen. Fuck it, I'm gonna call and just.
Well, now we have a parasocial relationship, so you need to subscribe to my channel now. And now you're forever.
I definitely will, dude. I definitely will.
All right,
All right,
appreciate it.
Get back to doing good shit. All right, bud.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. The number don't work. Calm down, Jeffrey. Jesus. Who spells Mackenzie like that, dude? The number don't work. Do you know how phone numbers work? If you call, all right, when I'm in a call, what do you think happens? Dude, we have to re-explain everything about the universe right now. So gravity.
Call from. To accept.
Is this Jared from Subway?
Hold on 1 second. Hello?
Jared from Subway?
Jared from Subway? No, I'm not. That guy's pretty bad.
Okay, I'll just checking.
What's up, man?
Nothing much. How are you?
Doing all right, man. I think it's time for you to just convert already. It's time to just join the wave. Stop this shit with all your content. You know that deep down, Trump's making your money. He's putting bread in your freaking plate. It's time to just join the wave, man. We'll welcome you with open arms. Don't
Why are
worry
my
about it.
eggs so expensive, bro? What happened to the eggs?
Dog, you got to be patient, man. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be great. Come on.
Are you gonna say that like 3 years in? Like, bro, just wait 1 more year, bro. 1 more year. 1 more. We're gonna get it. Promise.
Hey, man. Look, are you understanding that whether the eggs are expensive or not, you're gonna make money off of Trump, and that's just that. Think
How am
about
I
it.
gonna
If
make
Trump
money?
wasn't around, would you be having this show, and would people be watching?
Trust me, I would rather not do this show and not have Trump around. I would rather that be the reality. I have a lot better things to do than both of those.
But he's making you a lot of money, though.
Not, I
So
wish it was a lot of money.
inherently,
I'm
Trump's
making
good
like
for you.
$3 an hour, to be honest, doing this. I'm making like $3 an hour. Become a
Damn.
channel member, by the way. Become a channel member. Get me up to minimum wage. But yeah, it's not like I'm making tons of money off this.
So what would it take for you to just join the cause, man?
Probably like $5 million, $5 million, something like that.
So you're telling me your values could be bought?
No, not my values, but like you could, be on a little short-term deal.
So if I get $10 million, could we get you on a 3-year contract? You got to wear the MAGA hat. You got to go and dance on
Bro,
stage.
that's
to
all
YMCA.
Trump sexual though. That's all Trump sexual. I'm not trying to be Trump sexual. I'm just trying to, tell my values, not my sexuality.
You gotta join the cause. But in all serious, you do know that eggs and gas can't possibly drop in a few days, right?
Well, they doubled in a few days, so
I don't know if they've doubled. Over here where I'm at, the gas hasn't went up. I think
well, I
the
bought
last time it
eggs
went
for
up
like
was a little
$3 2 weeks ago, and now eggs are $8 at my grocery store. And Trump's not doing anything about the bird flu, so it's gonna probably keep getting worse.
I haven't bought eggs, so I don't know. But
Damn.
I think you guys have selective. What is it called? Selective reasoning.
Yeah, we're the ones that have that. Yes.
No, think about it. Because during Trump, a lot of you guys were saying, well, the reason there's economic prosperity is because of all the decisions Obama made, and now they're just settling in. But you don't give Trump time to let his decisions settle in.
Well, when his settled
So
in,
it
his
is
first
collective.
presidency, we had an economic crisis, right?
I would disagree. I would say that's a nuance.
That's a nuance. So Donald Trump, for example, he was president already, and he didn't change much, off of Obama, and the economy just kept growing at the same rate. Trump really did not do anything to the economy at all.
So
Like
the tax
policy-wise.
cuts was nothing for the economy policy-wise?
Well, it set all-time high records for stock buybacks for corporations, but as far as like wages and economic growth, no, it didn't do much.
So do you have a job, or is this all you do?
Dude, I would not be able to survive off this. I have a job.
So
Multiple jobs.
were you working while Trump was in office? You didn't look at your check and see, damn, I had more money because I wasn't taxed as high?
Well, he tried cutting my health care, and he tried reducing our health care in general across the country, so that probably would have been worse for me.
Were you privatized, or were you subsidized like government health care?
It really depends, but either way, he wanted to remove the ACA, which would make it more expensive to have healthcare in general, because they put caps on like profit growth per year in the ACA. So like healthcare right now is expensive, but without the ACA, it'd be even worse.
Yeah, they should have got rid of that shit. It's useless.
No, it caps. I just said it caps profit growth. It caps costs from growing a certain percentage per year. So like without it, it would have went up even more than healthcare already has. I don't think it's perfect. I'd rather a system like Australia or Germany where they have everyone covered and then private options if you want private healthcare too. But yeah, I mean, it didn't go all the way or do nearly enough, but things are better because of the ACA for sure.
I disagree. I heard a lot of people say that their health care was way higher than it should have been, and Obama
Well,
was
they
just
don't know what
pocketing.
it should have been. But the actual policies, if you look up the numbers, like we can talk about. See, this is the issue though. People don't understand things they don't like experience directly. So I can't really explain concepts or hypotheticals or like a different reality in which we don't have the ACA because it's not happening. So you don't know until we get rid of it. You're not going to know the consequences of it or what it even does because no one cares about the policies. That's one of the big problems. That's probably why Trump won because he's able to appeal to people's sense of like what they don't understand and just like lie about it.
So you're basically saying we're just retarded people.
No, I'm saying you don't take personal responsibility to make sure you know your shit. That's a much different conversation. You're more than smart enough. You're more than smart enough.
That's just an educated way to say we're dumb as shit and we don't.
No,
do
you don't
research.
take time to go Google something. You Google things in There's things you probably believe you can Google in 5 seconds and understand. That doesn't mean you're dumb. It means you don't have any personal responsibility or hard work. That's unironically.
It's terrible, man. That's a terrible accusation you're making. That's like 77 million people you just accused of not being able to do surface level research.
They can. They are able to. They are smart people. They don't. They accept truth. They're gullible. I do not want my neighbors to be gullible.
And you think you're not gullible?
I think everyone's gullible to an extent, but I fact check, I verify things when someone tells me it. If you tell me something about Trump right now, I'll make sure I do research on it right now in 10 seconds. We could talk about the ACA, for example, capping profits for health insurance companies. Like, I know that to be a fact because I actually researched
so
it.
the insulin cap, you're aware of that?
Yeah.
And Trump did that. Not Biden. Biden took credit for that shit. Trump did that.
Hey,
Trump
so
also had.
when I told you, hey, wait a second. You fell right into
Go
my
ahead.
palms, okay? You fell right into my palms, my policy palms, okay? So the insulin cap that Trump did, and this is something you can Google in 5 seconds. You're smart. You're smart, okay? You can do this. The Trump cap on insulin was for Medicare Part D. So only for people that can afford to buy Part D on top of regular Medicare. Biden removed that because he made the cap for insulin go to everyone with Medicare from any income level on any Medicare plan. So Trump's is only for Part D if you can afford it. Biden's was for everyone. That's why Biden took it away and put it back in because Biden transformed all of Medicare. So that alone is a big policy nuance. And I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying you could have known that easily, but Trump lied and you bought it without even thinking or checking for yourself.
Well, I'm looking it up right now. So
I'm just saying, like, that's an example of something you can, like, you don't look for it for yourself. You just take it at face value. But like, you're not an independent thinker. If you say liberals are sheep, for example, if you're a sheep and you choose all your opinions based off whatever the opposite of what you think the sheep think, you are a sheep of a different herd or whatever.
What point are you making?
That you believed that information right there. You were very confidently talking about Biden like getting a win on Trump by removing insulin caps and putting it back in himself. But I just told you there's a big policy reason, a huge policy reason affecting more than 20 million people probably, that their insulin's now capped. And Trump's mad about it because he lost the name recognition when in reality Biden did the actual work and got it for everyone.
It says right here it did not extend to Part B. Under Trump, so I don't know what Part B. Now that's one thing I don't understand healthcare too well, but
No, that's fine.
Trump opened it up.
No, but like Biden did the actual policy for all of Medicare though, so that's like a big like when you see like Part B, Part D, all these different parts, like Biden opened it up to the plan everyone has automatically because there's so when you're on Medicare, for example, everyone's on the same Medicare plan, and then you could buy private options on top of regular Medicare to upgrade your coverage to cover different things and to get better coverage. So if you're poor, for example, you can only be on Medicare, or if you just choose not to buy Part D because you don't need the benefits of it, you can stay on regular Medicare. And under Trump's plan, you would have had to buy Part D for that to be covered. Under Biden's plan, you could be on the regular Medicare that you paid for with your taxes and be covered for the insulin cap.
Let me look that up real quick. So it says Medicare Part D only, and
yeah,
Joe Biden says B and D.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. So only the seniors were able to get it.
Yeah, so above 65, you could be on Medicare. Some politicians want to lower that age so younger people can get Medicare too. But like above 65, you're on regular Medicare. So it caps insulin for everyone above 65 on Medicare. And like I said, Trump's would have been only for people that can afford to have the upgraded plan.
I mean, it's still a positive, but I didn't know that. I will say that.
That's fine.
But interesting. So Part D, I couldn't. I'm a young person. I couldn't have got Part D.
No, you can get Part D, but it's more expensive, so you have to pay more in. Yeah, it's a more expensive plan typically. So like Medicare doesn't cover everything. But you know, things that have extended dental and vision, for example, might be under Part D, or just extended coverage in general that Medicare wouldn't cover. You can get different plans on top of regular Medicare that would cover those things. But yeah, if you either don't want to pay extra or if you can't afford to pay extra, Trump's plan did not cover you, but Biden's did. And I'm pretty sure most Americans have just the regular Medicare. I'm not sure on that. But yeah, Biden's was across the board for every Medicare recipient. Wait, someone's 40 and you got Medicare? How do you get Medicare at 40? Wait, what?
Wait,
Medicaid?
but I don't understand though, because didn't you say that at the beginning he didn't allow everybody to have it, but you just said everybody was able to get Part D. It's just a money issue.
Yeah, so Trump didn't give it to, like, it expanded coverage to everyone on Medicare. So when Trump says, like, Biden did this for no reason other than to get a win off me, it's projection, because Biden did that so everyone can be covered on Medicare without needing extra money. So it's more for the entire working class, for example, who might not be able to have enough savings to buy into the better Medicare plan.
I guess so. I mean, I wouldn't say you're fully correct or incorrect. I'd say you're correct on the aspect he expanded it, but you made it seem at the beginning like no one else but this elite group of people with loads of money could get it.
Well, it's still, what I said is 100% true. You took that out of it. But, I mean, it still is, you know, a pro-working class policy that Biden did that benefit poor people mostly.
I mean, let me look
with
up.
diabetes.
Can normal people afford Part D? We're going to get to the bottom of this right now. Yeah, it says it comes with a cost, beneficiary, so it's Man, I don't understand any of this shit.
Yeah, so like premiums versus deductibles, there's different ways to have a healthcare plan. So if you have deductibles, you have to meet those before you can be covered, for example. Premiums you pay automatically per
see.
month.
So it's not that normal people can't get it. It's that low income people would have a hard time getting it. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
so
saying
people
right
that
now.
have any type of like tight budgets at all. So a lot of Americans who are paycheck to paycheck, Biden's plan would have really helped out for them because they wouldn't have to pay like $100 premiums per month to get this cap on top of, you know, because then it's not even a $35 cap. Then you have to be forced to buy Medicare Part D to get this $35 cap. And in reality, it would have been like a $135 cap or $200 or whatever. It's still an improvement on the system that Trump did, but Biden did a huge improvement, a huge overhaul on insulin and Medicare versus Trump's tiny adjustment. So I'm just saying, like, there was a big function to that, and Biden did really good expanding it. Because if if Trump's plan was in place now, as is, then I could look up, it's probably millions of people that would not be, not be on that plan or not be covered by it.
Yeah, and so you know what? I got a good question. I'll give you that. I did not know that. Actually, one of the areas of thing that I never really understood healthcare too well because I had only used it for like,
Healthcare
my first
sucks.
job
Health
at this
insurance
time.
is insurance is tough.
I didn't understand it too well, but I will say it's not like Trump didn't introduce a good. I guess you could say Biden just expanded on that good.
Well, it's a completely different way that he got it done through legislation. Let me see how Trump did it again. 1 second.
Are you saying Trump did it executively?
No, I'm just not sure how Trump did his. 1 second. I forget what bill or what it came through. Part D, Medicare, Medicaid. Was it? Let me see if it was executive. Was this executive Biden's cap? Okay, yeah, because Trump's was through executive action, through another savings model for this one Part D plan. Biden's was through actual legislation, which is a lot harder to get passed, and legislation can stay forever. That's a fundamental thing when it goes through Congress. It gets funding forever. Executive orders are a lot more removable,
Okay.
and they're not really huge policy adjustments. So Biden, for example, like Trump was a terrible, like he was really bad at getting bills passed through Congress. He couldn't really negotiate very well. So he had to do a lot of executive orders instead and just kind of like push it through with his signature. Biden got this passed in a bipartisan, somewhat
I will
bipartisan
say,
Congress.
yeah, I will say there's one thing that I do see that the Democrat side does better, and that's getting legislation through Congress. Because looking from my point of view, Trump will go in and sign some pretty good executive orders. The second somebody that doesn't agree with him gets in, they just remove that shit. But Biden, through Pelosi's hands, they'll get it passed all the way to the presidency through the
Yeah, I mean,
House
he got
and
a
the
lot of
Senate.
like
So
the
I do give
bipartisan
credit for
infrastructure
that.
bill. The bipartisan infrastructure bill that Biden got was really good on his behalf. He was still, by the way, like Biden was still functioning mentally. He could not talk on camera effectively at all, but like he was still making deals and getting these bills, getting a lot of votes for these bills. And I think even like Matt Gaetz criticized Republicans for like letting Biden get all these wins legislatively, but Biden could not sell these policies to the public, which is why people believe things like they don't know things like the insulin cap because the Democrats decided to run a candidate that couldn't speak or walk, which is not very good usually. But also the standard of evidence for Trump, like his standard is a lot lower than Democrats typically. Like he could say some random ass shit, and if it's dumb, people will just say, well, Trump was kidding anyway. Or if it was like somewhat reasonable, it's like, well, Trump spoke a full sentence. It's like they both had very low standards, but Trump has Biden got kicked out. Trump gets a pass typically. I'd rather a president that can get like legislation done. And people talk about Trump being a negotiator, and it's just like, I just have not seen any evidence of that.
Yeah, I think, well, that comes with a harder point of being agreeable, which I think Trump will have an easier time now because, as you know, from 2016 to, let's go ahead and say, before this election, Trump was not an agreeable candidate. He didn't ever have the popular vote. And a lot of the Republican Party was just very, we got to work with what we got. But now he's got a lot more of his buddies in there, so I think it's going to be different. It's going to be different for sure.
Well, he does have his buddies. I'm
But-
waiting for an economic plan to come out to help grocery prices. He still did not give one. He still did not give a healthcare plan, so I'm waiting on those two things.
It'll come, man. It's been 6 days. By the way, your buddies
he
in
doesn't
the
have a
Senate
plan,
keep
though, you know
gridlocking.
what
Yeah, your buddies in the Senate keep gridlocking. They won't even let him pick his cabinet people and vote him in.
That's not true at all. They confirmed, I think, every single nominee so far.
No, they haven't. They've only confirmed Pete Hegseth. They've only confirmed Kristi Noem, John Ratcliffe, I think that's his name, and Marco Rubio. That's it. You can verify that. Unless it changed as of a few hours ago. I just
But
woke
the
up
Senate the Senate leadership is led by Republicans too. So I mean, every person passed for Trump. Yeah, no one
Yeah,
got
but
denied yet. But
yeah.
the confirmation hearings, like those are, I don't know why whatever his name is, the Republican leader, I don't know why he posted about that. Probably just to make people mad because he likes making people mad and rage baiting people. But yeah, it's thank you, Jordan, for $20. Heat Zeke is another huge fan. He helps out your algorithm by saying the same thing over and over again. Be more like Heat Zeke. Show your support by commenting intelligent thoughts below. He's Jola's biggest fan right now. Respect. Thank you, Jordan, for the $20. Thank
Were
you
you
for the
saying
rage
an
bait
ad or
comment.
something?
No,
What was
that was someone super chat me on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he super chat me. But yeah, there's
that's
been
a
no
cup
hold up
right
in the
there.
Senate for that kind of thing. And Trump, by the way, has been running for president or has been president for around 10 years now. He should probably have at least like a healthcare plan or some type of understanding of the economy to help lower grocery prices, especially because groceries are the number one thing he ran on, and I have not heard literally anything about groceries yet.
I like I said, we still got people to get confirmed in. The 6 days have just came in, so
Yeah, but he signed like 500 executive orders, none on grocery prices, and also he's been holding up aid to California and whatever, making his press runs. So I mean, he's been doing other things. He just gives no answers on, he's not giving answers on the hard questions. I'm just waiting for those.
it'll come. And what's your
Okay.
deadline? Are you gonna give a reasonable time? Because
Okay, so usually if someone runs for president, well, Kamala Harris, I can name like 6 of her plans off the top of my dome that she wanted to actually do.
I'm
that
not
Trump,
talking about.
like,
I'm not talking about.
she commented
her
on
plans.
healthcare and everything, like, and Biden
Yep.
actually did policies for infrastructure and manufacturing in America, and he had clear
Yeah,
economic
I'm
goals.
not talking about their plans. I'm talking about the time you would give them
for their plans to implement. You guys, I know
Well, I probably wouldn't
it would
vote for
be
someone that
2.5.
says they have concepts of a healthcare plan, though, right? Like he said, he has concepts of a healthcare plan. Even 2 weeks ago, he said he has concepts. Even
Yeah,
I can give
I'm
you
talking
an
about
ideal
yeah.
healthcare plan. I can give you some semblance of what healthcare plan I would push for. Like, there's no reason I should be more prepared to answer a question than presidential candidates, and that includes Kamala on some areas too. But the fact that Trump gave no guidance at all on lowering costs on groceries or eggs or anything, and no healthcare plan, and also he's doing 25% tariffs across the board on Mexico and Canada, and Mexico being somewhere we get 60% of our imports from for groceries, that's going to raise costs for our groceries as well. So I don't know, like Trump is doing policies that'll raise prices. I want to see what's going to lower prices, because he said we're going to have like $1 eggs or whatever. I mean, I'll give him till let's see. I'll give him till like February. I don't even know, dude. He should have a plan
February?
at
Are
least.
you
Like, I don't
insane?
know. He
What do
should
you
have a
mean
plan.
February?
To have a plan to even like to
Okay,
show
are
that
you
he has
talking
an
about?
understanding of a plan. Like, give us a plan. Like, just say what the
Okay,
policies
hold
might
on,
be.
hold on.
Like, give me a teaser.
Look, you're saying February till results or February till a plan?
Till a plan. Okay, plan should have been a month ago, but I'll extend it to February 1st for an actual plan for grocery prices and for egg prices. Because egg prices, by the way, we had like 100 million birds die in the U.S. from the bird flu, and Trump is doing nothing about it. And our farmers are dying right now. Well, not like, I mean, some might be from the bird flu, but like
What's
our
he
farmers are
supposed to do
dying
about that?
economically. Well, for one, he
Like,
should not shut down all of our
fix
health
the birds?
organizations that track these. Yeah, there's actually ways to mitigate these risks by tracking the spread of the virus. But Trump shut down every agency that does that because he thinks they're like corrupt. Well, he doesn't think they're corrupt, but he told his supporters they're corrupt. So now the egg prices are literally like $9 a dozen. You can get chicken wings for cheaper than egg prices now, bro. Like per egg, per chicken wing. Like Trump is not doing anything about that issue. And farmers are suffering. So hopefully he addresses issues facing hardworking Americans at some point.
I think it's gonna come. I know because I already see the hypocrisy.
But that's what Trump
where,
sexual means, right? That's what Trump sexual means. You just have that hope.
And see, that in itself is just a bait title. Like, come on, buddy. Like, you're more professional. than that.
Everything
That's
Trump
gay.
does is bait. Literally, the president does bait constantly, and people say you can't take everything Trump says seriously. He baits people, and you're gonna say that to me? Like, grow up, bro. Chill.
Man,
I'm a tiny little YouTuber trying to get a following. Chill out, bro. He's a billionaire that never worked a day in his life, dude. Like, come on.
Yeah,
He's not your daddy.
man.
He's not your
He
daddy.
didn't work.
What real job did Trump work?
Man, but
What real
give him
job did
some
Trump
time.
work?
Say it again.
What real job did Trump work?
Are you talking about an actual earned income?
I don't know any job. What job did he do? Like, what job has he done?
That's why I asked to clarify. You're talking about an earned income?
Sure. Like, what job has he done? That
I
he
mean,
did
he was
by himself. Like,
off the top of my head, the only thing I could think of that he's done earned income was that little stunt in McDonald's, so that doesn't count. The dude's been an entrepreneur for most of his life. I don't know. In the beginning of his life, didn't he want to enroll into some kind of military or something like that? That's service. I have
thank
zero
you for
clue.
calling in. It's all right. It's all right. Thank you for calling in. I do appreciate the call. I hope to see you around the
What,
channel.
you're dumping me off?
Well, we've been talking for. I gave you 20 minutes. That's a lot of time.
Damn,
I got 100 missed calls during our conversation. We got people trying to call. But I do want to. I want to see you call in again. Okay, you could give. You give last words. I'll give last words. We'll say goodbye. I want to see you back on the channel. I want to see you in the comments. I want to see you doing something. Subscribe. I don't care. I want to see you around. Okay, we're gonna have these conversations, and you'll check back to see if Trump gave us a plan on grocery prices in a month. Okay.
All right, let me give the last words. This guy you guys are watching on YouTube, he's brainwashing you. No, I'm playing. I don't agree with you, dude, but I agree that you have the right to talk your mind. So keep at it.
All right, I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate you actually looking up the thing about the insulin cap, because most supporters of Trump will just like freak out and get all Trump sexual on me and just like yell and cry. So, but you actually engaged with it and looked it up and admit that you you didn't know everything about healthcare.
Okay, and we have a spot saved for you at the rally. Just remember that. You're welcomed over here.
It'll probably be on stage, strung up on my feet. But yeah, thank you for calling in. I hope you have a great one. Thank you for $2, the great one. Someone has TDS, Trump sexual, true. You don't name one thing about healthcare? You're right. Trump is well known for serving our country. He would never dodge a draft for having bone spurs. That's not like my God King. please drop a like, subscribe. Thank you for all the super chats. Please consider donating as well to PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. I have not checked those yet, but I'm going to check now. If you donate, like I said, $10 or $5 or whatever to PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, leave a message in that donation. Especially, I think you can do it on Cash App or Venmo, but leave a message with your first name and your phone number. Oh, someone donated to Cash App. Thank you. I didn't even see this. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Marco. For political, I appreciate it. A big $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. If your goal is to support the stream through just monetary means, by the way, if you want the super chat to interact with chat, that's one thing. Definitely appreciate super chats. But also, if you just want to throw some money my way for doing this kind of work, and you just saw the conversation right there, this is probably the most important conversation we could possibly have. My channel growing is a utility. And I don't usually say things like that. I never said things like that in my YouTube career. But me growing and seeing more people and talking to more people is a utility for protecting democracy. It unironically is. So I really hope that everyone can support as much as possible. If you cannot support, don't support. If you can't afford it, do not do it, okay? But if you can, and you know if you can, $3 a month for members for YouTube, that really helps have a recurring base of memberships. And also, if you're just trying to throw money, PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, Roll Up Politics is the best way. They take the lowest percentage when it comes to transaction fees. If you do it through one of those, Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, it usually, or it basically all goes to me and not to a company or anything. So if you just want to do cash donations, go through there. If you want to do recurring monthly donations on a different application, I also have Patreon available too in my channel descriptions. Patreon, Jola. Appreciate you guys watching. Drop a like, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. I hope that conversation was enjoyable for you guys. That was probably our first one where we had someone actually engage with the facts of the matter and see that they were wrong about something. And we plant those seeds in people. So when Trump does other things that are like weird, they have it in the back of their heads. Like, okay, well, I was lied to about this one thing about the insulin caps. What else do I need? What else do I need to look into more? Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, mods. Thank you, mods, as well. RFK milk? True. Deflect. Everyone, stop engaging. Yeah, stop. Why are you engaging with free thought? By the way, guys, you see all these Trump supporters in the comments telling you to not engage? If you're a person on the right, why do they want you to not engage in free speech and conversation about our democracy and about like policies and about our government? Like, why are they so afraid of us having conversations? Why do they not want us talking about the issues affecting Americans? Like, why not? Hello, is this Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Is this Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch?
Yeah, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Yeah. What's up, man? How you doing?
Ever see the Costco Family?
Yeah, they're really weird looking, right?
The double chunk chocolate cookie.
Yeah,
that guy?
double. Yeah,
boom,
yeah. No, I was thinking,
boom, a boom or doom.
I was thinking about the actual Costco Family, but
I
yeah.
think they should run for president.
Yes.
I think they should run for office.
I really
personally
think that would be a really, really kind of like soulful time in American history where you just had like this people that people loved. I don't know if they'd, get a ton of political stuff done, but I don't think that really should matter so much anymore. I mean,
yeah. By the way, in the
really
comments,
is...
it's really quick for the comment section. Iconic IRL, you said stop engaging. You're helping him multiple times. I'm gonna pin your comment so everyone knows to stop engaging. Okay, baby boy. Okay, continue. Sorry.
All right, you get that. All right, so I want to talk about something that's like really meaningful to me. I was really bad into drugs for a while. I was homeless for a bit, and I was using really bad stuff. So, how would you handle like all the fetty and the ice coming over the Mexican border? And I know there's a lot coming over from China as well, and that's just like something that needs to get like dealt with. But like tens of thousands of people die, and that needs to stop. I mean, you have people dying every day, every second. Like I have a lot of friends that are still on ice, and it's really bad. And if we went to war, or did some sort of military action against Mexico, I mean, all lives matter, but it's a no-win situation. I mean, because people are going to die until you stop it. So my idea was basically do what they did in El Salvador, not as extreme long term, but initially you'd have to throw a bunch of people in prison, right?
So
and to kind of go
in
ahead.
general,
Well,
diplomacy has been our best tool. So for example, Biden got Mexico to invest $1.5 billion in border security with a 2-year plan starting in 2022. So that plan did not fully actualize until now, but we did hit all-time low border crossings under Biden before he left. So like not all-time low, but pre-pandemic levels, because we had that diplomacy with Mexico and they made a big investment. They actually paid for border security, something Trump could not get done. But like just in general, most fentanyl comes through ports of entry that are legal. So probably enhanced security methods there. But as far as like the opioid crisis goes, also, although having less fentanyl decreases like overdose deaths, there are still people addicted to other substances. So when it comes to addiction, a lot of times people think like we should punish addicts or treat it like a disease, or not a disease, treat it like it's something they did, like a moral failing. But it really is a disease. It's not something someone can control. You could argue that people get themselves into bad situations, but regardless, physically, it's a disease. Addiction is a disease. Undisputably, it's a disease. So having actual treatment methods. So for example,
all right. Well, what do you think about like free like safe spaces to like use drugs? I personally, I don't think that there should be I guess. Yeah. What do you think about the safe places to like use and inject? What about that?
So they fundamentally work. By the way, can you pause my stream in the background if it's on?
It is not on.
Okay, I'm hearing a little bit.
Hold up, one second. And my headphones are on correctly, so I don't know why you should be getting.
You're fine. We'll deal with it for now. But there is a lot of evidence that safe injection sites lower drug use, overall drug consumption, overall overdose deaths. But the issue is we never properly implement them, especially in the U.S., because people hear it and they get scared because they think safe injection sites, drug addiction is a choice, and all the people are gonna go get their free drugs now. And that's not how it works at all. You bring drugs in, you get them tested, you have a chance to get help. And that's what you need people to have is help and real services, real medical providers giving services to people for this disease. But the American public is all emotions and no fact. And that's a big issue right now. If something does not intuitively make sense, if someone does not engage with something directly, so like if someone does not have a family member who's an addict, or if they don't themselves go through addiction, they don't know that addiction is a disease. They think it's a personal choice because they don't understand it at all. It's the same thing with safe injection sites. It's terrible branding. It just sounds bad, but it does help, especially with disease prevention. It helps with the streets being cleaner. There's less trash. There's less needles. There's like no needles when they implement these. There's less homeless in general when you actually have places for people to go and get help and a way to get back on their feet into society. So yeah, these things all work, but we never fund them correctly. We never allocate it correctly. And the American people are banning this in multiple cities because they're just like scared off easily.
Yeah, and I do believe that we need it. It's just thinking about just the ability to use drugs without. It's really, really horrible. I mean, anyways, so I'm trying to argue with you. I really am. What do you think about California, where Trump went in and he with the smelt and everything like that, and they didn't have water in the pipes because they couldn't get water from the ocean and whatnot. I watched your other video about how you were saying that water doesn't go uphill and whatnot from Oregon, but
yeah. So when Trump says there's like a I don't know, some type of water source from the north that California can let water in, number one, that would not have affected the fires at all. That would not have, even if that existed, the fire damage would not have been changed. But also, what Trump is talking about makes no sense. There's no magical source you just press on for water to get to California. If there is water coming from like Oregon right now, there's a method of pumps to get it to higher elevations because California is
Right,
higher up
yeah.
than Oregon is on
Some
average.
pump, yeah.
So when Trump
Yeah.
says like just turn on the water, it doesn't make sense. It'd be a multi-billion, maybe $1 trillion infrastructure plan,
Why couldn't you get it
building
from the ocean?
aqueducts and pumps and etc. So when it comes to fire equipment, salt is very corrosive, so you need specially designed equipment in order to pick up ocean water. And that's also very expensive, especially for a state to have on hand. I believe we got planes with that capability from Canada that came to help out, but that's very expensive, another huge investment. And everyone's talking in hindsight, and everything Trump says, by the way, is complete BS on that topic with California fires or whatever. It's complete BS based off no fact. They complain about the gender and sexuality of the firefighters versus actually supporting them. And now he's holding up aid to get his tax cuts for the rich fast. I just don't like that.
Which is dumb. So I guess I'm just gonna keep agreeing with you. Fuck. So I guess
It's
with
fine to
ICE
agree. I mean, I'm a pretty logical person. If someone disagrees with me, it's either they perceive things differently or they're operating off different facts. Because I mean, you could see by watching me. I mean, I interact with people. If someone admits for a second that like I have a fact and they might not know it, it's awesome. It's a great conversation. But the people who just came on here and just like kept BSing me, and I'm like, keep on saying over and over again what the facts actually are, and they keep on lying.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, chill. Like we can agree on something. It's okay.
Okay, so I personally, so with the ICE thing with deporting everyone, and I don't agree with that at all. Like some of my best friends are undocumented people. They're some of the best people in the world that work harder than like 10 men, and they're like 5'2" from Guatemala. They're really awesome people.
Yeah, and that's the vast majority of immigrants, and Trump wants to dehumanize immigrants and call them aliens and whatever because he wants Trump cannot be successful if people don't hate other people. If people enjoy America and they grow together as patriots, Trump does not win. He has no chance to win in that environment.
Okay, so do you think that there's any like dog whistling for the assassination attempts of Trump? With Trump is Hitler, Trump is like literally a Nazi.
Well, Trump called Kamala a communist, Marxist, fascist, socialist like the day after. So
okay, cool. How is she not?
A communist, Marxist, fascist, socialist?
Okay, maybe not all.
She's a very basic like capitalist liberal. Her policies are not in any way socialist or anything. Like she wanted like small business loans and tax credits for businesses and childcare. Like that's very basic centrist policies.
Obviously, I didn't know what I was talking about. Cool, thanks for not ripping my head off.
I mean, they'll say she's a socialist because they don't like DEI or wokeism because that's their dog whistle. But you know.
Okay, so DEI. Okay, cool. This is where we can argue or have like a good back and forth. I don't think DEI is a good thing at all because what I at least am informed of what it does is you hire people based off their skin or orientation rather than the skills that they already have. And
so
I'm for giving everyone needs a shot, especially people that have been disenfranchised in the past and then like have barriers that they have trouble overcoming, and then if other people see people that they can like identify with being in that job, then that might encourage them to then pursue things that might get them close to that job. So that person that's in that job initially might not necessarily be qualified. However, it will encourage other people to then get those proper qualifications to then have that job and be that qualified person.
So the idea that there's people getting jobs based off their skin tone, I mean, you could probably bring up a situation where it happened, but that has happened for many, many years in America. Even recently, off of studies, it has happened for white people. And when the initial DEI was done, it was done during the civil rights movement. So this is a civil rights movement principle, is DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, meaning every person in society should have an equal shot at success, regardless of your class background, race background, gender, whatever. And Trump revoked an executive order that LBJ did during the 1960s. And now Trump campaign people are saying that we need to revoke the 1960s to get the 1950s back. So when they talk about wokeism and DEI today, we have studies that say when you have a black person's name and a white person's name, that application given to a business, that business will select for the white person, even with equal qualifications. So when they say DEI hires unqualified candidates, the opposite. DEI actually gets more qualified candidates into positions. And a lot of things are done off of nepotism and wealth, and that just so happens to be held by certain or to not be held by like black people, for example, because of slavery and a lack of generational wealth, because we did not consider black people to be humans until basically the 1970s. Even after that, we had the war on drugs and a bunch of other issues. And yeah, we had slavery, Reconstruction, we had Jim Crow, we had so many things, redlining. We can go down the list. And right now, people are just saying like any black person in the workplace is DEI. It's stupid. Oh, I have a black pilot. I can't trust them.
That's not
And
true
there's
at
by the
all.
way, due to Trump's policies, there's a story of the original 5 Tuskegee Airmen. These were 5 black pilots. And this story is being removed. It's a World War II story. It's being removed from military bases on basis
That's
as a result of Trump's executive orders. So Trump is removing black history in general. Like Florida's banning books about black history. Trump got that story removed from being able to be taught about.
That's unconscionable.
But that's what they do. They say wokeism and DEI is the big boogeyman, and then when people say like, yeah, they use pronouns too much and talk about social justice too much and reparations or whatever, I saw too many black people on the Viagra commercials. Like people see that and they don't realize that Trump is 100%. I'd rather Trump, by the way, I'd rather Trump go scream the N-word than erase black history. I'd rather that because at least that racism is open and it's out there.
I mean, yeah, if you had those two choices, yeah, I'd rather that happen than take away black history, because we've been doing that forever. Like any time like a black dude does anything good, it's overshadowed. I mean, a lot of the time, man, it's just like overshadowed or story of black community entirely.
Well, any story, like the way you talk about something matters, and any conversation that starts with this terrible woke ideology is corrupting society, we have to remove it from our whatever. Any conversation like that's absolute, that allows for no middle ground or conversation, that is a radical belief. You can take the claims about the woke ideology today and replace it with the Jewish conspiracy, and every single time Trump says woke ideology or Elon Musk says it, it sounds like you're in Germany in 1940s. Like literal, that's the new Jewish conspiracy is the woke ideology. And it's really troubling for that reason, because people are not thinking clearly. They're removing history. They're blocking it. They had a program, by the way, in federal agencies that Trump instituted, that if you're working in the federal government and you suspect that your coworker was a part of any DEI initiatives, you need to report them to the government.
That's crazy.
If you don't report them, then you get reprimanded. So you are taught to go in and report your quote unquote DEI, your DEI coworkers. You know what that means to a lot of people. DEI coworkers, your woke coworkers. Oh, we have a lot of woke people here. That's a replacement for the N-word essentially for a lot of people. If you don't report your DEI coworkers, you get reprimanded. That did not happen anywhere except authoritarian nations. Authoritarians do that. No one who cares about anything concerning freedom does that. And now we have these people in charge of the U.S. who share ideologies of supremacy. And I mean real supremacy, not white privilege, not toxic masculinity. They truly believe certain people like Elon Musk are God kings and they should be ruling society. And we're in a scary place.
Yeah, that's actually like really, really crazy. Like that's like some brown shirt type shit, man. Like
It's literal brown shirt stuff. But when you call Trump a fascist, it was too far, right? But he's literally doing everything according to the fascist playbook. And I guarantee if you watch, if people watch Fox News or Tim Pool, I guarantee they never hear this. I guarantee they never hear this.
Yeah, no, dude. My grandmother, she watches Fox News all the time, and God bless her soul. She thinks the TV's talking to her. For a lot of people, Trump, and it's on both sides. But I just know a lot of people that Trump thing because my family's conservative. But they worship that man. Him and Elon Musk. I don't know why fucking you have Elon Musk fanboys just like defending this man to the ends of the earth. It makes no sense. You saw him playing Elden Ring 2 or something like that, where he
he lied about the game.
yeah, he's like that
Path of Exile or
motherfucker.
something.
Like that's such a
But
bitch
you
thing
realize
to
when he does
do.
that, when he says he's great, when he said he's amazing at video games to Joe Rogan and all these dumb podcasters, that falls in line with this. You need to lie about everything, and you need to be supreme. It's supremacy. It's saying I need to be in charge. I'm good at literally everything. I'm a pro gamer.
Yeah,
You know how they say like Kim
that's
Jong Un
so dumb.
Kim Jong Un set world records in golf or whatever. Like you hit perfect hole in one every swing, Kim. It's like, yeah, that's the thing we're heading towards. And people are like, you can't criticize Trump. Now you suddenly see radio silence on egg prices. Eggs are like $9 a dozen in much of the country because the bird flu is killing so many birds. But now Trump put a gag order on our federal agencies. They cannot report out to the public. He put a gag order on them. He is telling our health agencies they cannot report bird flu cases. He is blocking this information. He's blocking the federal agencies that report all these things.
All right, fuck, dude, that's horrifying, man. That's really scary. Like that's not. Like that is. I mean, fuck. I mean. And now, like we're gonna be locked into 40 years of red, basically. If Kamala had won, I do believe that she would have let in so basically how California is permanently blue. Basically, I know this is conspiracy theory, but the idea was to just let in so many immigrants to where it would kind of like permanently landlock each state into being blue for the next 40 years.
Well, you know that's a dog whistle because they believe in the
Is
Great
it?
Replacement theory that they want to replace white people with non-white people. So when they say that, they're really doing a dog whistle to the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and all the other neo-Nazi groups. And also think about the states we hear about. Colorado, right? We hear about Colorado. We hear about Ohio. We hear about New York. We hear about those three places. Springfield, Ohio, for example. Haitian immigrants brought in by a Republican governor with
And
a
Haitians are
Republican
great
mayor
people, by the way.
to work for a
I went to
Republican
Haiti,
mayor
Go ahead.
under Republican law enforcement. They brought in immigrants to work. You know, these immigrants who are like mainly Christian and have probably traditional beliefs in a sense, and they're brought into these states that would not make any sense for this to happen. Why would they bring anyone more to New York or Ohio or Colorado? Those are safe. Those are not swing states. Those are safe states. And why would Republicans bring in immigrants to Colorado and try to make the population more blue? And by the way, the highest count of immigrant workers is also in just southern states in general. I guarantee you they're not trying to make the states more blue. And immigrants cannot vote in federal elections. They cannot vote in any federal election. It's against the law. And no one's going to risk their deportation on voting in a federal election. No one does that. It never happens. That's something that actually does never happen. It might happen by accident, but the idea that illegals are stealing the elections is also very stupid.
Well, I'll explain. So the theory is basically, so if Kamala had won, basically she'd say everyone that's in the country now, you're a citizen now. Everyone, you're automatically a citizen across the board in all cases, all that time or at all
Well,
times.
she wanted a path to citizenship. She had an actual plan for it. But like Joe Biden and Obama, by the way, did more deportations by a percentage and a raw number than Trump did. So they were actually tougher on the border than Trump was and more effective. And we had better trials for immigration. We had better processes in general. Like I said, Biden got a $1.5 million or billion-dollar investment from Mexico to strengthen the border. He got Mexico to pay for the border wall that Trump always talked about, basically. But yeah, it's just it's tough conversations. It's really complicated. All I ask of everyone, share the messages as much as possible. If that means sharing my channel, do that, okay? And by the way, thank you so much to Daniel. Thank you so much for the $20 donation on Cash App. Again, like I said earlier, channel memberships are really useful. $3 a month for channel memberships. I want to get 100. Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal at Joel.politics if you like what I'm doing. And you want to throw support to what I'm doing and help me expand my reach, please consider donating through one of those three areas: Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. They barely take any transaction fee at all, so I get most of your donation. Super chats are a little bit more that they take, but super chats are also fun. So do super chats too, but only do super chats if you want to interact with the chat, because you can send me a message on Venmo as well, and I'll read out your Venmo message, or I'll read out your Cash App message as well if you send it through there. But thank you for all the support. But yeah, do you want to finish up on any topic really quick before I take another caller?
Yeah, Yeah, I really want to get on that Discord because there's some things I want to talk about that just I don't want to talk about like on the air, and people are like,
No, I'm
"You
sure.
crazy
Is there
fuck."
anyone in Discord right now? There's no one talking in Discord right now. What a shame. Oh yeah, yeah, there are, but don't talk to them. They're weird.
Okay. Okay.
Seals.
Yeah, I'll find you there
Oh God.
somehow. Okay.
Yeah, join the Discord though.
Hmm.
Join the Discord. We have good convos in there. I'm sure one of the mods will jump in there too to chat with you too. We have some mods in there like Sprig or who else is in Discord right now? I don't even know. But yeah, or Kit. Dova was. Yeah, don't talk to Dova. But yeah, here's the in the chat for this. I'm kidding, by the way. Everyone's cool, but you have to be able to know who to listen to on topics, obviously. Someone got bored at. Oh, that's taking shots at Tom's stream, Bucky. There's a Discord link in both chats, by the way. But thank you for calling in. I really appreciate it. And yeah, we all have to be a part of caring about the truth and caring about freedom. And anyone who has any misconceptions, it's fine. Like, I don't care who you voted for even. Like, I want to just move forward in the best way possible. Anyone that speaks out against corruption, against anything, I don't care if you voted for Trump 18 times illegally. And if you have a picture of Donald Trump on your wall that you make out with in the morning, if you change and you support the Constitution and freedom, that's all we ask for.
All right. Well, okay. Well, Jola, I fucking love you, man. Even though we're on opposite sides, really cool fucking dude. You're really fucking awesome. It's really nice to be able to just like, you know, at the end of the day, be able to talk to someone about the shit that you've been like thinking about, and it's really cathartic and therapeutic, and it's really
I
healthy.
guarantee you we are not really that far apart. If we really sit down and talk about this without the media controlling our conversations, we listen to the version of each other that the media tells us to believe in. They want us to believe that we are completely opposite. They want us to believe that we have to fight each other, that we can't live in harmony, that we have to avoid the world, we have to be scared to go outside. They want us to be scared and watching their news. They want us watching their news to pay their advertisers. And still, people watch Fox News and they're like, that's not mainstream media, although it's the biggest news network in human history. Yeah, take your brains off. Unplug your brains. Go talk to someone. Go out in public. Go meet someone.
Touch grass.
Yeah, touch your grass. Oh yeah, join the Discord. Thank you for calling. I really appreciate it.
All
It's
right,
in the
yeah,
chat.
bro.
And it's also under any of my videos. The descriptions under my videos also have my Discord link in them. But yeah, thank you.
All right, yeah, bro. Got you. All right, bye.
We are doing America. We are doing America. This is America. Someone said they came here from Tom's stream because they got bored. That's wild. Hey guys, I'm just saying. These streams are picking up though. I appreciate it. These streams are picking up. That was a good talk. Thank you. I'm telling you, bro. You guys gotta. I know you. I do appreciate all the support. I'll jokingly say you guys got to get me out there, but you're supporting, you're sharing, you're liking videos, you're showing up for streams. We have 150 likes on this video right now on this stream. We have 35 people watching we have 38 people. We have 38 people watching in the horizontal stream, which is the highest number we ever had in the horizontal, while the short was also live. So like, and like, thank you, Joel, fan account. Also, if you know how to do TikToks or anything like that, if you see a clip of me talking to someone, feel free to clip it, make a TikTok, send it to me. I'll probably post it, or make an account and share my name around in general. That's also a donation if you don't have the monetary ability to donate. Just try your hand at making TikToks. I also have a second channel, Jola Talks, that I want to be able to get to 1,000 subs as well. But yeah, it's nice to be able to do my own content and do my own thing and get viewers off it and have these conversations. I don't have to react to a debate between two other people to get people to watch. So we're building a little bit of a brand here. Got to keep going. I really appreciate everyone. Thank you. Maybe we'll even play. Does anyone play Call of Duty? Want to play Call of Duty? I have Black Ops 6. Black Ops 6. Oh god, I gotta slow it down when I say that. I have Black Ops 6 for free from Game Pass. Also, if you want to jump your way ahead of line, remember you can donate $10 and put your phone number, your name if you want to talk to Venmo or Cash App or PayPal. Hello.
Hey, this is probably the first time I've ever paid $20 to talk to another man.
Oh, I appreciate it.
But yeah, man. Hey, so I'm definitely a Trump supporter, and I'm not going to talk about anything that I don't know about.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
I want to talk. I want to talk about. So you're clearly against Trump's immigration policies.
Yeah, so my biggest issues with Trump's immigration policies are he's not getting any he's not caring about like due process, for example. So right now there's a big story. They're raiding workplaces only. So they talked about violent crime and that being the main issue. And I think you'd agree that's like the main thing that Trump voters who are anti like who are pro deportation, the main concern was the violent crime. Okay, so right now, they're raiding a lot of businesses and working people, just like really hardworking people who are just undocumented and still here, who were never given a chance at a real shot at being a citizen or having any path to citizenship. And they were wrongfully detaining American citizens just yesterday, I believe, or was that today? Check and update me. But they also detained military vets who happen to be working in proximity to immigrants. So, they're indiscriminately jailing a lot of people, detaining them in a really abrasive and dumb way. And it doesn't fix our issues. Like Trump's mentality of like the border, we need deportations and we need to build a wall. It doesn't really address the root issues of asylum claims and amnesty and all that kind of stuff. I've never heard Trump really talk about those things in any like real policy way. So those are my main issues. It just seems to be very all over the place. It doesn't seem very guided by much, tactic or logic. It seems to be more guided by they want to put their number up of how many people they can deport per day.
I'm going to disagree that it's only businesses.
Well, I mean that's it's a big story for the vets.
I mean, it's part. Yeah, it's definitely part of it. I mean, the people that are known illegal immigrants. You're an illegal immigrant, you got to go. I mean, that's a crime in itself. You're not supposed to be here. I mean, you can get here through due process, through the policies, through the
so
process
really,
it
I'm
takes.
sorry, but really quick. So I'm talking about those who are undocumented, who may have technically overstayed like working permits or visas, but they've been here and they were they were told by every administration,
and
right?
that's
Every
illegal,
president
correct?
says
To overstay your visa.
Every president, it's complicated for a few reasons. So like every president says they want a path to citizenship. And Americans agree that if you're working here, you are nonviolent and you've been a member of these communities, especially you might have a kid here, you might have a family. I believe, that hardworking person should be able to have a path to citizenship in America. Now you could say illegal, legal, whatever.
I
But
agree with
also
that. No,
there's a
I
lot
mean,
of there's a lot of laws with like asylum, for example. You're supposed to take asylum seekers. That's another law that Trump wants to ignore. So if we want to talk about laws and strictly laws, we can. But I'm talking about like what's best for people. And every presidential candidate says, right? We always hear, I'm pro good immigration. I'm pro hardworking immigrants. I'm pro like all the good versions. But we never ever actually get a fix to our system that takes way too long to become a citizen. So that's my big thing there. If you want to talk about illegal immigration, someone does not have an asylum claim, by the way, like they just like get in without an asylum claim. If someone truly is your definition of a legal immigrant, I would agree that we have to hold the law there, but also the people being swept up in this mess are just like amazing people, hardworking people, and we're spending $1 million per flight to use military jets to take them to Mexico for like no real fundamental reason except it seems more ideological for them. I wish they'd focus on the issue they cared about, like violent crime and
there's going to be
immigration.
collateral. I mean, the people, because they are going after known criminals that are known illegal immigrants. There was a huge raid in Boston like 2 days ago where they arrested like 400 people, 75% of them being criminals, and a lot of the times the illegal immigrants stay with other illegal immigrants, and those illegal immigrants might not be criminals per se, but just the fact that they're there and hey, you're here too, like we can't just walk away from you, like you.
Well, they
you
can
also
like
are,
one of the issues was they did not trust the documentation on the military vets, for example. So like the way they're doing this is violating just like basic human rights or basic like constitutional rights. That's the big issue. It's violating the searches and seizures of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. We're violating very basic American principles in that pursuit. And like if you're talking about like violent crime, Like there should never be a situation going into a business where no one's doing anything wrong, going into a business, arresting half American citizens and military vets. That process is militant and just like in general, it shows bad leadership. Like we got to be attacking the problem that you have. We should not be, going and being that bad. We're America. We have all this money. We have all this technology.
You're not necessarily for open borders.
No, I don't think. I've never heard a Democrat who is for open borders. I mean, they get claimed to be, but I know libertarians who are for open borders. I know a lot of libertarians that want open borders. But as far as Democrats go, like Obama and Biden had more. They deported a higher percentage of border crossings than Trump did, and a larger number than Trump did from like 2016 to 2020. So they were like every American president is pretty big on deportations and everything. It's just like some of the priorities change, but we also need to get something passed through Congress to fundamentally change our immigration system.
I mean, that may be true that Biden deported more illegal immigrants. But I would say that's because there was more illegal crossings under Biden.
It was higher percentage.
Would that make sense? So like if you got more to catch, of course you're going to catch more.
But it was higher percentage. That's the big thing. It's higher percentage is a big thing.
I mean, there was a lot less people crossing under Trump because they were scared to come into the country because of Trump. You know what I mean? So obviously they didn't have as many to deport.
No. I mean, but they even with the same number, Trump like per immigrant, per border crossing, like percentage wise, like Trump did. That's why I said like a raw number and percentage. So like it was still a higher percentage that was done by Biden and Obama. So like even with a smaller number, like border crossings, if you look at a graph of border crossings, for example, they were actually lower. They were at like near all-time lows under Obama in his final term. And then Trump, it actually spiked for a few years. So there's a couple different, like there's different international events that can cause that. So like if a civil war happens somewhere or crop failure or like the government falls apart somewhere, you can get immigrants coming from there claiming asylum or somewhere like refugees or whatever it might be. That changes a lot. And a lot of Biden's immigrant numbers came from, obviously in the same way inflation did. It came from the after effect of COVID. A lot of places were torn apart economically, and America was one of we had the quickest economic recovery of any country, while other countries fell apart and became unlivable and unsafe for many people. So they did come to America, which I think, by the way, I would say that America is kind of built on, a clean, good immigrant population, coming in, and that's a terrible phrasing for it. But like,
would you agree or disagree that it is a problem right now with the amount of people that are coming over? There's too many people crossing the border.
I believe that these solutions take years to implement. So, for example, Biden got Mexico to pass $1.5 billion on border security at their southern and northern borders.
Yeah, I saw
in 2022.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
But yeah, that took years to implement fully. But now Biden had a huge decrease in immigration in his last 6 months, and also we had the biggest decrease in fentanyl overdoses of the entire opioid epidemic as well, as a result of Mexico cracking down on drug smuggling as well through these programs. So I only say that to say that these plans take a long time. Biden's foundation of diplomacy and Mexico being cooperative has been really beneficial. And I don't want to threaten that diplomacy with like the tariffs Trump wants to do to Mexico when they already were kind of on board, and we can collaborate in a way that benefits both of our countries.
But Biden did have a record number of illegal crossings.
I mean, yeah, he had a record number of border crossings in general for sure.
But like a record number of legal crossings.
That's the issue with the system, though.
Even if
it
dropped, even if it dropped, the illegal crossings are still here. Okay, and that's a problem.
Yeah, but there's been no notable raises in the crime rate of anywhere with high immigrant populations or concentration. We have not seen the increases.
Whether crime's an issue or not, it's a huge impact to the economy.
Well, most of these are asylum seekers that were never able to get their court hearings. So, for example, a lot of the immigrants you hear about in the news that do commit crimes, which every population of people commits crime to some extent. Like every population has some people that commit crime.
Right. Yeah. I mean, crime is what it is. It's going to happen. It's going to not happen.
Yeah, and the crime rate's pretty low for immigrants because they don't want to be deported. So, a lot of immigrants will actively stay away from anything illegal because they don't want to be deported in general.
I'm looking at it more from an economic perspective. Like, because again, we have to pay for these people once they're here, and that's why in an ideal world there would be zero illegal crossings, and everybody would come through properly, and it's up to our government to figure out how many people we can afford to let into this country. And it might be so many people one year, so many people less the next year, because businesses come and go. We need workers. We need this, that. Maybe we need more
Yeah,
people.
but like
we need
when it
less
comes to how much
people.
money we like give to people, like Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, for example, giving a basic like stipend for housing for like a week before they start working, and knowing that like 50% of our agriculture workers are undocumented, we get far more back in the economy based on that labor. And we're probably going to see some impacts in grocery prices from deporting so many people. My big thing is many of the people had reasonable asylum claims. Our system is still not fit to handle so many claims. The border bill that got denied would have addressed some of those issues with capacity to hear claims. If we're going to violate our laws and not allow asylum claims into the country, then that's one conversation. But in accordance with our laws and asylum claims, it is a broken system. I agree with that. But also, I know the people that are here and waiting to hear trial, they're not huge economic drains on the system at all. In fact, it's probably a benefit holistically, and it's more of an optics problem if you have hotels being used for immigrants or people that are waiting for their court dates. I would say speed up the court process, get everyone hearings as soon as possible, which is another thing that Mexico is helping out with. Accepting more asylum claims for refugees. In general, but it's a complicated system, and I have not heard, I've never heard a plan from like Trump, for example, on how we can get the court time down. You know what I mean? Like it's a complicated issue, but I've never heard him even really talk about the core issue of asylum court dates and going for asylum claims. Have you heard him say anything on that specific topic or?
No, I haven't. But I mean, it is probably, it takes too long to figure it out. But his original policy of remaining in Mexico needs to be the policy. Like stay where you are until we can figure you out, because we don't even know who you are. You know what I mean? Like who knows who we're letting into this country? Like
I'm sorry, but like isn't that kind of contradictory though? If we so like we can't say, for example, that we're giving phones and housing and benefits to these immigrants and then also saying we don't know who anyone is. Like we have, like, the phones serve as a tracking mechanism as well. And so does the housing. So like
right, but you don't
can't
know
have
their
both.
criminal record. Like you don't know where these people come from. You don't know what they like. There's people that have been arrested that already had multiple convictions. Why are they even here? You know what I mean? Like, why are they even here?
But like
but
from
they've been here for years.
So like when I look at it, just to explain like my own perspective too, it's just like when you have these immigrants coming in, we don't see an increase in overall crime. Of course, you can say like there's a couple instances where there's bad crime that happens, but it's still a lower overall rate of crime in immigrants, even illegal immigration or undocumented, lower overall crime rate than natural born American citizens. And then with like stay in Mexico, a lot of kids got exploited and trafficked because of that policy, because they had nowhere to go. So as like as someone who is a Christian who cares, because we were leaving them, like we said stay in Mexico. They had nowhere to go. They came to the border, and instead of allowing them in through asylum claims, like what the law says, the stay in Mexico said like go somewhere else, and they had nowhere to go. So now they're at the mercy of traffickers and gangs and whatever else that wants to exploit. And there are many instances of exploiting kids. But we're like putting more kids and women in danger of sex trafficking.
That happens even when they get in the country.
But it's far worse if they're just like told to go somewhere random on the other side of the border, right? Or is that not right?
These families pay gangs and cartels to get them into our country, and then they're trafficked and owe these gangs all this money that they don't have, and that's a huge problem.
Well, it's probably it's more of a reason to fix our system. But I'm just saying, like, it's a bigger issue if you say stay in Mexico. We could be providing, and by the way, that doesn't really. You also said we're giving out too many handouts. Again, it's either we're giving out handouts or they're sneaking in and hiding. Like there's not the two sides of that.
Like, but I mean, you can call it what you want, handout or not. But we do. If somebody's here, we do have to pay for them. You know what I mean?
No, but
like,
if we pay for them,
would you rather that we just say, "Hey, sleep on the street and figure it out"? Like,
but we know who they are. Right? We know who they are if they're waiting for a court date. I think that's an issue with our immigration system. Which again, the bipartisan bill that Trump told them to vote down would have addressed a lot of these issues. And that was like the Republican version of that. Like that would have been the Republicans. That's the most like conservative border bill that ever had a chance to pass Congress of all time. And passing stuff through Congress matters because that's a long-term thing with actual funding behind it, because Congress controls our like money in the federal government. So when Trump does all these like flimsy executive orders, for me, it shows a lack of leadership, a lack of negotiation tools, a lack of ability to get consensus around the topic. And executive orders, like you saw, they can change every year. You know, you can literally just sign a piece of paper and that policy changes. So to have a full fundamental change of U.S. immigration, we'd have to have like a policy passed through Congress probably.
The border bill got shot down, and it wasn't because of the border at all. There was so much other tacked into it, which I think is a huge problem on both sides. If you're going to introduce a bill, make it about that bill only and not tack on, okay, we'll do this bill thing, but also $8 billion to Ukraine. What does that got to do with anything?
But does it change your
You know what
opinion
I'm
that
saying?
all the other stuff, would it change your opinion on Trump saying no to that bill when they passed all the funding for Ukraine separately in a separate bill, and the only thing that was not passed was the actual border stuff? Because they passed all that funding like right after. They shot down the entire bill, but then they passed the Ukraine funding like the day after in a separate bill.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure on the specifics of like the specific numbers of the whole bill, whatever. But I know that's the reason it was shot down.
Well, that's
so
not
much
the reason
added
though.
stuff to
That's not the reason, because all the added stuff passed through different bills. But the only part that didn't pass was the immigration policy that Trump wanted them to vote against, and he just told people that to take attention away from his like the way that he directed the party to vote. I mean, and you could do. I mean, we could talk about another time too, and you could verify that. But
Yeah, like I said, the immigration is a problem, and it's not. You know, we both agree on that. Whether or not it's getting the system together or controlling the number of people that come here, knowing who we have here, and just the fact that we already have so many illegal immigrants here, and we don't even know how many. That's a problem.
we have pretty good numbers. Like
whether or not they're hardworking people or not. I mean, even if 100% of them is hardworking people, you know, that's great.
How are they finding them right now though? Like if they're not being tracked, how are they working? How are they having jobs? How are they receiving benefits? How are they tracking people down right now? It's probably the big question. We have a good hold on like what's happening. But like what I said again, like each flight. So like one metric to give you, when Trump does these military planes and he puts immigrants in them and takes them to Mexico, flies them there, to take 80 people, he's spending around like $700,000 per flight for 80 people. It probably would have been much. I can guarantee it's a cheaper program to integrate most of our immigrants rather than to deport, especially when we're spending like $700,000 per flight, and you can verify that too. But we're using military equipment, military planes versus even chartering planes, because we want to make it seem more tough, I guess, or more punitive or quicker or whatever it might be. But we're bleeding money now doing these deportations. It's a very expensive program. I'm just going to be curious if they keep track of the money and tell us how much it costs in the end, because it's a lot cheaper to give. We could probably give like $10,000 to every illegal immigrant today. It'll be cheaper. So we have to be like pragmatic and just like I wish there was I do wish there was a platform we could talk about this without the media directing us to just like fight each other, and without politicians using their own ambitions, because there really is a conversation to be had here about American values, about like immigration, about fixes to it. But we just never get to have those. And yeah, I mean, that's what platforms like this are for, I guess, you know?
Yeah, no, the smaller platforms are better, but I don't know. That's just my, and again, I am a Trump supporter, but I can call out when he says or does something stupid. But that's not something I like 100% wholeheartedly agree on, that like immigration needs to get under control. And once it is under control, I'm all for people coming in the right way. But it scares me that if we have people coming over that we have no idea who they are. Like, and that.
But do you see my big issue with like the border bill? Like, so it would have set a certain number before the border gets like closed down. It would have expanded our ability for cases, and your only response to it, and we're still having a conversation. Like, I'm not coming at you for it, but like your only response was there was so much other stuff in that bill. Even if there was other stuff, and by the way, you can verify other stuff was passed already. But even if there was other stuff, if this is such a big issue, and if you care about it so much, you know, as your top issue or as a top issue, like you don't like not having track of this, you don't like not having control of the border, you don't like that there's not enough funding for border patrol agents. This bill would have fixed those issues. I feel like it's something that you still would have wanted passed. And
Right,
you
but
could
you
even
can't-
say
you
like
can't
maybe
just-
Trump wanted to run on this issue. Maybe if he passes a bill, you could say I'm wrong. But it seems like
You
he
can't
just
just give up
wanted to be
one
able to
thing
run
to
on
get
this.
another. Like there are other things that matter too, which
But they
again, I
didn't
don't
give
believe
anything
we
up
should be
again.
funding
Like,
Ukraine at all.
but we did pass
But-
that bill, remember? So we did pass that bill either way. So
Yeah, and I don't agree with
if
that
we knew
either,
we passed
but-
it either way, then we should have just passed the whole thing. What do you say?
I mean, probably, yeah. But I
Okay.
mean, I don't know what the specifics of what the border bill even said.
Yeah,
I just know it had stuff tacked onto Ukraine, and that's why
so
they
basically,
didn't want to pass it.
yeah, but that's the lie for why they didn't want to pass it. The truth, and Trump even said this, is that he did not want it to be passed because it would have hurt him this election, because he would not be able to run on this issue as strongly. Because they were going to pass it. The most conservative Republican of all time, basically, I think it was like Langford from like Oklahoma or something. He wrote it, and he was pissed because this was like the crowning achievement. This would have been like the conservative border bill of all time, and Trump didn't want it passed because he couldn't run on it. But yeah, that's something. Like I said, definitely call another time. I appreciate the donation. I gave you a, well, I mean, we go for a little bit more if you want, if you have another topic to wrap up on. But we're only 21 minutes in. But yeah, if you have another topic in general you want to wrap up on, if you're good or anything, I'm good with whatever.
No, that's pretty solid. I mean, you know, I'm sure we can agree on things and agree to disagree on things. That's the way it is. But
Yeah,
you
sure.
know, no,
I
it's good talking
appreciate
to you.
you
And
engaging.
I'm glad you're, even if you're on the left, you're intelligent.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I hope you don't take too much offense if you saw my short stream.
Nah,
The,
man,
why are
no.
you Trump sexual?
No, it's, like I said, I'm definitely not Trump sexual. I can call out when he says something like the whole hate
Yeah, no.
eating pets and stuff. That was retarded.
No, the Trump
And-
sexuals, like a guy.
You know,
What
like-
did he say earlier? A guy earlier. I said something about like, I think Trump needs to do something about the bird flu, like have some type of plan for it. And I said, the guy asked me why, and I said because of egg prices and for farmers. And he's like, what does bird flu have to do with egg prices? And it's like, where do you think eggs come from? And it's like just that type of person who's like won't admit, just like, I don't know, that water's wet. It's just hard.
Even the CDC right now saying the bird flu is low risk.
No, I mean for the grocery prices, for like the egg prices, because like I think 100
and
million
honestly,
birds died in the
until
past
I
year.
was watching this stream, I had no idea about the egg thing.
Yeah, I don't know why the
Like,
media's not talking about it.
My egg prices are no different.
Oh wait, do you live in a rural area by chance, like low population?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, it doesn't
I mean,
hit
35,000.
Yeah, it hits lower population areas later because you have less people buying the eggs in the area. You have more supply per person. So maybe it'll hit you eventually. But I live probably, it's not exactly rural, probably a little bit, probably more close to 10 or 15, 20. And my eggs are like $7 for a dozen, $8 for a dozen, and that's the cheapest brand. And we just had a couple like chicken farms get completely cleared out. So it's definitely something interesting to look up because a lot of farmers are having their wipe out their entire stock. There's like a historic duck farm or whatever in New York, and they had to kill every single one of their ducks, like 100,000. They had to euthanize them. So it's an interesting thing for agriculture for sure. But yeah, thank you for calling in. I appreciate it, and definitely appreciate the donation.
Yeah, for sure, no problem. Good luck on your stream. I'm going to bed.
Thank you. Have a good night, man.
All right, brother.
Thank you. All right, I have another person that donated. So the standard for the stream is, thank you guys for watching again. Really appreciate it. But the standard for the stream, like I said, it's random call-ins. So you can either do the random call-ins with the number on the screen, or if you Venmo me your name and your phone number, or Cash App me your name and your phone number, make sure you send a message when you Cash App or Venmo. My number right now is $10. If you want to call first, I have probably 50 people, 100 people trying to call in. They're all spamming me, so it's up to a lottery. But if you want a chance to talk in front of 500, 1,000 people, whatever, have a conversation on here, then Venmo, Cash App, whatever. Also, again, if you just want to donate to the stream, please consider going through and giving a donation as well. On those 3 apps, Joel Politics, Super Chat, channel memberships on YouTube. By the way, I saw the channel membership earlier. Iconic. Thank you, M, for becoming a channel supporter tier, channel member. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Great One, for $2 Super Chat. And Jordan, Iconic IRL is a librarian. He's a librarian, but he definitely agrees with you for the most part. Kelly Stone minds all day, but they like the conversation too. Respect. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan. Hello, horizontal chat. Yeah, and in conversations, you try to connect as much as possible on those topics, but... M. Yeah, thank you, M, for the membership. It was M, right? Did I say M or not? Yeah, thank you, M, for the membership, yeah. But Jordan also super chatted. Oh, man. Thank you for subscribing, too. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe on the stream. I've been working in the YouTube, taking all these calls. This is all you do every day? Yep, I do this all day. I've been live for 24 hours, actually. Dumbass. I need a second to get a snack or something. Here, watch this.
You can easily identify a Trumpsexual because the moment they open their mouths, they begin to spread their choke ideology. That's why Donald Trump puts federal workers on gag orders, and why congressmen call Donald Trump daddy. Kevin O'Leary, famous guy going on TV advocating for Donald Trump. What show was Kevin on? Shark Tank. You know what sharks have? Very powerful jaws. You can easily identify a Trumpsexual because the moment they open their mouths, they begin to spread their choke ideology. That's why Donald Trump puts federal workers on gag orders, and why congressmen call Donald Trump daddy. Kevin O'Leary, famous guy going on TV advocating for Donald Trump. What show was Kevin on? Shark Tank. You know what sharks have? Very powerful jaws.
Okay. I have 2 people that donated for a phone call. I'll probably do these 2 calls and be done. Thank you, Thomas. I need to take 1 call before you quick as well. If they're still wanting to call. Then I'll get right to you. Right to you, Thomas. I appreciate it. We'll do 10 minutes on this caller and then get to Thomas. I mean, I'll take more money too. If other people want to keep donating the call in, I'll take more. I will take more. I will not say no. I appreciate you. I appreciate you engaging in free speech. This is important for America. This is America. It's America. Don't catch me tripping now.
Fully?
Yeah, dude.
Other questions?
Nice. Nice. Okay.
Oh,
hello, this is
holy shit.
Jola. This is Jola Talks Politics calling you. Are you still trying to talk on stream?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, you're live now.
Real.
You're live now. It is real.
Yeah,
It
thank
is
you.
real.
Yeah, thank you for the time. I probably will keep checking in. So, I'm in a branch of the military. Can't say, but I have a question. It's not so much Trump sexual as much as it's a anti-Dem thing. So one of the main things that turns everyone off is if anyone reads into, let's say, the Central Park 5, they say that they're innocent. Anyone who's ever read into that case, we know they're guilty. Kamala Harris is walking out saying, hey, these people are innocent. Anyone who's seen the interviews and read that, they know they're guilty. So my problem is maybe it's not so much Trump sexual. Maybe it's just, the other side is putting literal rapists on the stage. So
the defendants from the Central Park 5, the entire trial was about them being manipulated and forced to give those statements about themselves. Like those confessions were coerced. That's the whole point. And then they found another guy years later who came out, a convicted murderer and rapist came out to confess to the crime, and his DNA matched the DNA from the crime scene. So that's why they exonerated the Central Park 5. It's because they had DNA confirmation, and also they had someone admit to it years later.
Here's the problem with that idea. If you've ever watched, they have the interrogation videos of the Central Park 5. I think 2 of them, one of them I know his parents showed up, but the majority of them are interviewed on tape. And the guy who admitted to doing it, he did it on his own volition. A cop picked him up, said, "How did you get that scratch on his face?" And he said, "Oh, your buddy gave it to me." And the cop told him, "My buddy's in the next room. I'll go bring him in and I'll ask him. So you better start talking." And then the kid admitted and said, "Oh, it was the jogger." And the cops, you know, the former cops, now they're retired, they spoke about this in length, and they said, "Yeah, we found this jogger. We had no idea that these kids were connected, because that night there was a lot of kids, you know, rebelling and lashing out." So how can we honestly believe this coercion tactic when, one, all the interview tapes are, you know, out there, and two, it's self-admitted. It's self-admitted. One of the guys, Corey Wiseman, he has an IQ of 70-something, near, you know, mentally damaged.
So it's because every one of their confessions, so all 5 teens' confessions contradicted each other. So they all said the crime happened in different ways as well.
No. Well, yeah.
Why would they admit in different ways? Why would all 5 admit in different ways, at a different location, different time, and also how it occurred?
No, well, here's the problem with that. All they did say was that one person raped another. The common thing was 2 of them raped him. Sorry, of the ones
No,
that
they said wrong claims about the injuries or the scratches or like the injuries in general or the nature of the crime. The timeline, they never even, like, the person who actually admit later described every detail perfectly. The person that admit and also matched DNA.
Well, here's the problem. They never actually, it wasn't a lack of DNA. DNA was inconclusive. So
the
had
other person that came out, it matched it perfectly. They were interrogating 14-year-olds, by the way. They were interrogating 14-year-olds for 30-hour periods. They interrogated a 14-year-old for 30 hours. Of course they're going to go delirious and admit to something. They were torturing them, essentially.
Here's the problem, right? So we're saying delirious, and this is the problem. Why you think Trump's sexual, but we're actually going to nail it down. The videos are on tape, and you can see the kids. They're not like 30 hours deep.
You're believing these emotional tapes. This is Trump sexual. You're putting emotions above facts. Like you're like distorting the idea of DNA. You're distorting the idea of their interrogations, like contradicting each other. Like why is this your big topic to even call in with? You're weird.
No, it's not weird. It's just like
it is weird.
Why
Why did you call in to talk about this? Why is this even on your brain right now?
Why are you freaking out? We're talking about, it's not Trump sexual.
I'm not freaking out. I'm saying you're weird, bro. I'm saying why is this on your brain? Why is this the issue you want to call in about? Why do you pay money to call in about this?
If a normal person feels this way about certain, that's a go or no go issue for many voters, right? And that's what I'm highlighting. Like it was something like that, right?
Well, if voters believe complete like false versions of reality, I don't know what I can do with them. Like if you're just gonna if you're gonna be delusional, I don't know how I can reach you.
And that's the problem, right? So we're just saying it's false.
No, it is false, determined by very conclusive evidence, and that's what matters, not your like opinions and emotions.
No, former prosecutors who worked on the case, like who've never had any racial bias, who are interviewed in the tapes, who are asking, "Hey, do you need to take a break? Do you need a Coke? Do you need a water?" Like, they're not evil. They're not vicious.
Do you really think the city of New York would have paid out $50 million to them if this did not happen? Over a lengthy lawsuit?
Do I think that the money is an indicator of truth or anything? What matters to me most.
You don't think
is
New York
like,
State? You don't think NYPD would have brought up the necessary information to exonerate the cops if they had it?
Well, it's the same thing. The same people that you're saying are the same prosecutors.
You realize
right?
you're denying DNA evidence. Do you care that all 5 of their confessions contradicted each other, and then the person who actually admitted to the crime like described it perfectly? What do you have to say about that?
Well, here's the
How did they all contradict each other? How did the one person know ever detailed the crime, but they all contradicted each other?
I know the contradictions. I watched the tapes. The contradictions are simple. Corey Wiseman, I would find to be the most honest of them, identified 2 people of the 5 to have raped. He said that he had only touched the woman's thighs, but all of the contradictions led up to is, well, I didn't do it, my friend did it. I didn't do it, my friend did it. You know, it was.
They weren't friends, dumbass. They didn't know each other, dumbass. Jesus, you're a dumbass. Dumbass, 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 dumbass. Thank you for becoming a channel member, Christine. Thank you for the $10 donation, M. I really appreciate that. Another channel supporter, another YouTube member. Let me update the YouTube member number. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh wait, I need to do it through here. Here, let me pay $10 to lie on your channel real quick, brother. So the Democrats, dude, thank you for becoming a channel member. Every time someone says, this is why the Democrats lost, all right, it's almost a guarantee they're going to bring up something that's not true. Like whenever they say, this is why the Democrats actually lost, I guarantee the next thing they're about to say is the most complete bullshit you've ever heard a human being utter, okay? This is why Democrats lost. The next thing they say is going to be untrue. It's going to be stupid. Okay. All right, I'll call your number next. Again, it's Jola Politics if you want to call in. We have too many callers trying to call in. If you want a guaranteed call in, I have another paid caller next. I really appreciate it. All the channel support is amazing. Thank you so much as well. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is the media that can save America. You're saving America if you donate to Jola Politics. All right, I think we're at 44 now. Thank you. Let's get to 50 before the night. We need 6 more channel members. $3 a month. Come on, you got $3. But if you don't, you don't. Okay, and that's fine. And that's fine. Okay. Don't spend money you don't got. Rule number 1 of Jola stream. I hate referring to myself as Jola. It's not even... Okay. Another paid caller. Again, Jola Politics on one of those things if you want a guaranteed call in. Let's do this one. Hello, this is Jola Politics calling from the donations. I appreciate it. Yeah, what do you want to
Hey,
chat
man.
about?
Yeah, I'm not going to take up too much of your time or anything like that. I'm probably not going to disagree with you very much. I just wanted to kind of, talk about like I'm in a red state, obviously, and I'm a liberal. But like my parents, my family, and my wife's parents, everyone around, like everyone that I know is just out of their minds following every little thing. It's like every single thing confirms this bigger conspiracy. I had a conversation with my parents, many conversations, but just before inauguration about the pardons and all that. And I was like, I don't know what's going to happen. None of us do. I don't know if he's going to pardon all these people. My dad's like, yeah, he's not going to pardon all these people. I'm like, I don't know if he's going to deport millions of people or try to or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to do that. My dad, I don't know if he's going to do that. I don't think he's going to do that. And then here we are. And I wasn't like pushy on my dad a couple days ago or yesterday or whatever, whenever he started pardoning people. But I just kind of brought it up just casually because he has Steve Bannon on the TV when I walk in the door and usually turns it off,
Yeah, that's tough.
Says he doesn't want to. Yeah. I'm just like trying to be casual and trying to be gentle and all this, and I just say like, well, what do you think about this or this executive order, the Birthright citizenship one, or what do you, just trying to be like really gentle because it's like something we had a conversation about weeks ago and now here we are and all this stuff is happening. It's just, and I want to do a little bit more activism and stuff like that, but it's like, my job, the people at my job are religious, the people here are religious, my family's religious. It's like, and conservative. It's not just religion, obviously, but like, I feel like if I step out of line, I'm surrounded, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really hard because this is truly a part of who they are, and I've been saying this all night. It's really difficult to have these conversations because to admit that Trump does anything wrong is like an attack on their own character, and them admitting that they did something wrong or that they might be wrong about believing in this person and this vision so much. So like when people call into my show, I will try to nail people down and say like, hey, is it bad that Trump is going to pardon people who violently beat up cops to the point where one lost an eye, one lost 3 fingers, multiple died, traumatic brain injuries, multiple disabled for life, 140 police officers injured? Trump's going to pardon all of them, including those who had seditious, terroristic threats and plans against the U.S. And they will not admit at all that Trump did anything wrong. It'll be like, well, everyone does stuff wrong. Everyone does it. It's like someone making an excuse for their abusive partner. You know, well, everyone has issues. Everyone fights. And it's really sad to hear because, you know, how can you reason with someone if they're tied to it with their identity? And you can even tell with why they voted. It's all religion or pronouns or wokeism or whatever. It's all cultural and social issues. So they feel threatened that they're being culturally overtaken. So their positions are not based in logic. So you can't really argue someone out of it. You can experience them out of it. So if they experience something bad as a result of that government, or if they personally are affected by something, that's why a lot of gay kids are the reason their parents become more pro-gay, because their parents have no choice. You know, their parents finally have their first interaction with a gay person. So if they're going to sit inside their rooms all day and watch Steve Bannon, a literal white supremacist, talk about why we need more white people in the U.S. or whatever, or about how it's Antifa or federal agents when that's all debunked, it is a really difficult place to be in. And that's why these movements that are based on no logic and just emotions and social movements, that's why when Hitler said about like multiculturalism being the biggest threat to humanity, or like internationalism is terrible, or when J.D. Vance says that professors are the enemy, or when they say that doctors are the enemy, or we should jail Dr. Fauci for no crime. They can't mention a crime. They just don't like Dr. Fauci. They don't trust medicine. They just don't trust these things because they're propagandized. This is when, if you can get people to believe anything, you can get them to do anything. And this is when democracies fall apart and collapse. It's really scary. We're upon authoritarian times. Trump is directing his federal officers. You know, if you work in the federal government, you have to report if your coworkers are engaging in any DEI, and if you don't report them, you might be reprimanded. This is literal, just like brown shirts, authoritarianism. Like Trump is pardoning these militia traitors to America. And they are the brown shirts. He's basically making them a part of government. He's welcoming them in with open arms, and it's extremely scary and frightening. And you know, it's hard to give it's hard to give advice. I know what my media push can look like online, but even the social media algorithms, what's the chance that my channel gets on the right newsfeed? And even if it does, you know, all we can do is plant seeds. You know, we can just plant seeds and hope it grows eventually.
Well, I'm glad that you're doing the work that you're doing, and I'm happy. So I saw a comment roll by earlier. Somebody said, y'all make money for this guy. And I was like, you're not making any money for this guy, just like hopping on here on the live stream and commenting or whatever, you know. Like, but I'm happy to send you money to chat for 1 second just to, you know, support you and what you're doing, because not everybody out here can do it, and the people who can are living paycheck to paycheck or worse. And like, I have friends that flew out of state to go knock doors, and they don't make good money. Like this guy that I'm talking about doesn't even have a car, you know, and he's out flying to another state to go knock doors. And this lady telling you that these people are making money, or you're making money off of people watching your live stream. It's like, not really, you know, not probably not,
Well,
like you said.
due to donations tonight, I'm doing pretty good tonight, but also like literally their daddy, their Trump sexual daddy, made all of his money from reality television, like actually all of his money. He never made any money through real estate. He sucked at it. He sucked at every business venture he ever did. He was not even a businessman. So it's like they would never say that about like Charlie Kirk or Tim Pool or whoever. Like they would never say that about Steve Bannon. Like they would never say that about any of these people. They're like they talk about AOC, by the way, and it's like, oh, she should go back to being a dumb bartender. Like they don't care. They choose whatever side in that argument makes them feel good and makes them feel whatever. Like they don't care about the working class. They care about domination. And they care about just like enacting violence on people. Like it's not even logically driven. It's just whatever makes their emotions feel good. I really appreciate. I just got a confidential donation as well. Who doesn't want to be shared? But thank you so much on Cash App. Like I said, if you want to support the stream, for anyone watching. Cash App, Jola Politics, Venmo, PayPal. And we are in a place where like having my face out here doing this content may not be the most comfortable or safest thing to do, especially through the next few years. So if you're giving money to Netflix and stuff, I definitely do appreciate if you support my channel as well through memberships and through one-time donations here and there. And like I said, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal take by far the least amount, percent-wise, and super chats are awesome as well and all that kind of stuff. And I appreciate everyone subscribing, watching, supporting the channel, everything. But yeah, it's not fun. And by the way, I was thinking earlier today when people say that to me, I'm like, it is work. Like I am sitting in front of a camera, I'm producing the graphics. I'm sitting on here taking calls, talking to some of the wildest people in the world, trying to convince people. And it's working too. Like some people do call in and they had their minds changed a little bit. And I presented facts. I talked to at least 4 people tonight, maybe 5, who did not know anything factual about anything. And I made them question themselves tonight. And they looked it up and they saw they were wrong. And they had to take a step back and question it. And that's a huge start. And it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. But I do thank everyone for the support. And I'll keep on doing it because I mean, this is our this is our final stand, bro. 2026 might be our final stand to having our democracy completely eroded. We're almost at the stage of just saying the Constitution doesn't matter anymore. We need to stand up for Constitution, patriotism, all that kind of stuff. Not to be too doomer about it, but
No,
it's getting really
all
bad.
right. Yeah. Well, good luck, bud. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the call. I do really appreciate it. This was one of my favorite calls of the night. I love questions like this, by the way. If people want to call in and ask me just like general advice about like dealing with people and talking, like I listen to talk shows or like self-help shows where people call in with their problems. If you have family members who are being disagreeable and all that kind of stuff, call in. I'm more than happy to talk to you about that as well. It doesn't just need to be, the people that I usually talk to. But yeah, thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
All right.
Have a good one, man. Whew. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Thank you for the extra donations. Thank you. I just got another one. There is no phone number, but initial starting with M. Thank you so much for the $5 through Cash App. I really appreciate it. Tonight has by far been my best night streaming, numbers wise and just support. And I feel like we've had really good calls tonight. I put in the Discord, and my mods can attest. I put in the Discord earlier today that I'm in the mood for call-ins, and I still am. Let me check really quick if I have any more paid call-ins quick through Cash App. If anyone wants to guarantee a call-in, I am kind of shutting down for the night. We got church tomorrow. So if you want to call in, like I said, Venmo or Cash App your name and your phone number. If you want to guarantee a call in, I have tons of people trying to call in right now, but if you want to guarantee it, Venmo or Cash App. Send a message with your name and phone number, though, if you want to call in, or I won't know you want to call in. If you want to just donate, just put like confidential donation and all that kind of stuff. I really appreciate it. Whew. What, a trans church? So many people in chat thinking it's about winning and losing. It's about the real world, you kids, you children. Thank you. Good night as well. I look forward to having you for another stream. Draw equal closet conservative. You're right. I am a pro-constitutional. I'm a constitutional progressive, to be honest. That's my name. That's my name, brother. If I don't get any more donations to call in, I don't know if I'll take any more. We might just go into Discord and chat. Because I'm getting kind of sleepy. But if someone pays me, I will call you. Or I will take a call. LOL. Here's the Discord link again. I know mods have been dropping it. I wish I can edit. I suck at it. Yeah, you're right, Kyle. You're right, Kyle. Exactly. We might hit 200 likes for the first time ever on a stream, by the way. First time ever. Channel history. We're at 194. 194. 194 likes. I never got 200 on a stream. On the shorts stream, we need 6 more likes to get 200. on the shorts. Can we do it? 195. We're at 195 now on the shorts. Need to get 200. 204? Why did my likes just jump by 10? Why did my likes just jump by 12? You guys were sitting here without liking? What are you? 208? 208, bro. You guys are just sitting here. No work, put no work in, bro. No work. I'm just kidding. All right. I think there's a weird delay. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Ross. 213 likes now. Dude, 213 on a stream is crazy. Thank you. Here's the Discord link. 214. I'm not getting any calls right now. I was going to take another call since we got above 200, but no one's calling in. What a shame. Oh, wait. You might have one. Thank you so much for the donation. TB for the initials. I can't believe I live in a world where President... Hey, shut up. Shut up. Call back. I can't believe I live in a world where the president is saying that the Gilded Age was a great time economically and socially in America. How has education here failed that much? Thank you for the donation. Yeah, I agree. And I guarantee you, people hear that and they fall for the branding. They probably hear Gilded Age and actually think it was good. The fact that Donald Trump needs to brand his presidency and call it the Golden Age is not a good thing. You know, if you need to brand your, if you need to brand your presidency, you're probably not doing anything noteworthy. If you need to have a branding message, the Golden Age. Yeah, things were great in the Golden Age, bro. Tariffs were awesome. Really helped America prosper. Thank you. I feel like this is going to turn into just like a call-in radio show, self-help podcast or something. Something like that. Ooh, another super chat. Thank you, Annette Gutierrez, for $5. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Wow. Thank you. And thank you, Scared Crow. I forgot to respond to you earlier. Alright, let me check if we have anything. I'll mute that for the stream. Okay.
Call from.
Just.
Whoa.
To accept, press 1. To send a...
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Hello. Doing pretty good. How's it going? Hey, is this the live feed that I'm calling
Yep, you're on
into?
live. You're on the live feed.
Okay, well, I'll watch my mouth, but I was just scrolling through. I'm just curious. Are you pro-Trump or are you against Trump? I know it sounds stupid, but I'm just scrolling through here.
I'm a constitutional progressive, so I'm pretty anti-Trump.
Okay, so what don't you like about Trump, if you don't mind telling me?
Oh man. What a fun question. So he has no healthcare plan. That's a big thing. He has no plan for groceries. He's starting a lot of like trade wars with like Canada and Mexico, which is gonna make our prices go up. And he has not given us any plans for inflation yet. And that's like a main campaign thing he talked about. He never talked about like invading Greenland or like taking Greenland or buying it or Panama, but he did talk about grocery prices. But I feel like he's kind of, distracting us by talking about the Gulf of America instead of actually addressing that issue.
Right. No, and listen, I just in full transparency, I did vote for Trump, but I'm looking to have a conversation and at least discuss it with somebody different. How do you feel about and I don't mean to take away from what you just said, but how do you feel about what he's done with closing the border? Are you for that, against that?
So as far as closing the border, We don't have an
and
open border. We
deportation.
never did, but we have an asylum like law where you have to let asylum seekers into the country if they have a asylum claim and put them through our legal process. Now Trump tries to get around that with the like stay in Mexico policy typically. But right now Trump, he's spending around like $800,000 per 80 people that he's flying out of America because he's using like military jets to do so. So he's spending a lot of money. When it comes to illegal immigration and violent crime, like I'm totally for going, like those are already illegal. If you want to bolster resources there, cool. But they're going into a lot of businesses with people who like overstayed visas, who are told by many presidential candidates, like, hey, we're going to make a path to citizenship. And that just never came. These are peaceful people who are just working hard for their families, and we're raiding these businesses. And I don't know if you heard this story, but a business was raided, and they actually took U.S. citizens and detained them, and they detained U.S. military vets because they did not believe their documentation that they had with them. So that seems like an issue to me: a lack of oversight, a lack of control, a lack of leadership. So I'm not, I don't really like that.
Okay. Okay. And did you vote this last election? And if you don't mind, who did you vote for?
Yeah, I voted for Kamala.
Okay. Okay. And did you like the things that she was saying? I know a lot of people like this last election when it was the primary of Joe Biden and Trump. A lot of people lean towards Biden just because they didn't like Trump. What things did you like about Kamala Harris?
So I liked how Biden expanded Medicare to cover or to negotiate drug prices down, and I also liked that Kamala was going to build on that. She wanted Medicare to cover at home costs for seniors as well, which definitely would have affected my family, working class. A lot of elderly family members who needed like at home care. If Medicare would have covered that, it would have been amazing. To cover all at home care there. Expanding the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year, I think, of a child's life would have helped encourage people to have families and helped support families. A $50,000 tax deduction for small businesses. I don't care as much about that, but it's whatever. There are a couple other policies concerning Medicare negotiating drug costs. The price gouging, even having that as a focus, I think would have been cool. Just to focus on trust busting and monopoly busting. So those were things that I liked about it. Like, she's not my favorite candidate, but I think it definitely was things I generally support. And I'm big on healthcare stuff too. And Trump saying that he had no healthcare plan was a big issue for me. Especially since he's been running for president, or he's been president for like 10 years. So having no healthcare plan at that point seemed a little bit confusing to me.
Right. Okay. Well, honestly, I don't really have much to add. I was just kind of scrolling through and wanted to get an educated opinion, because I feel like everybody's always screaming at each other. But it was nice to hear an opposing side that was articulate, man. It really
Yeah, I
was.
appreciate it. And I would say for everyone, don't trust the version of your neighbors that the media sells you. My channel is going to facilitate conversations like this. If people want to come in and troll, I'm going to joke around and everything too. But I will facilitate a positive environment for logical discussions and facts and talking about our lives as well. So, I hope I can see you around the channel. I hope I see everyone around the channel. Hope I see you in chat. I'm going to keep doing this with my channel. It's going to be a really cool place for open discussion. But yeah, if you ever have anything else to call in about,
I really
definitely
do.
feel free.
And again, sorry to interrupt you. I feel like what you're doing though is good. I really do. I mean, despite obviously you voted one way, I voted the other way, but I feel like what you're doing with your platform, I think, is important. And I think if more people were just able to sit here, because honestly, the stuff that you mentioned is not the stuff that you see people on, the left or people that voted for Kamala are portrayed as. And I think same for people that voted for Trump are portrayed a certain way. So I'm glad we're able to have this conversation, man. And I hope to find you again scrolling through.
All right. Make sure you hit subscribe. Thank you for calling.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. It's called laying down the facts, bro. Now, only if Kamala Harris knew as much about Kamala Harris's campaign as I do, she would have done great, bro. She would have done great. She would have been amazing. I'm just saying. I lied to the caller? Yeah, I lied. Thank you for not telling me one thing. A fact. You're out here crying on Maine. Crying on Maine, bro. Alright, we're probably gonna chill. Good thing she lost. Ha 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 ha. Alright, we're gonna relax for a second. Yeah, it would have been a lot better for sure. I agree. A lot better. Look at his face. He's stress reading the comments. Here, let me pin your message so you can feel happy. Here. Can I not pin your message? Wait, here. I never did a poll. This is the first stream I did not do a poll. Does that mean I shouldn't do polls anymore? Thank you, Joel, a fan account for the $1. Thank you, Joel, a fan account. Heart. Like. Thank you. Thank you all for watching, liking, and subscribing. Meat, beers, and shit. M. True. True facts. Only true facts. Yeah, Kamala did a terrible job as president. When she was president, bro. Your opinion on our discussion? Wait, what? Kamala's own state didn't vote for her in 2020? I mean, golf. How can we trust that the reports are going to be true or not? Like, Trump is firing every person who ever worked in these offices. Like, the jobs reports and everything might just be wrong. Like, people are going to feel the prices, but I don't know. Like, people get more mad when they're told to be mad about things. All right. Like I said, we're toning down the stream for tonight. I've been going a while. Thank you for all the donations. Extremely kind of y'all. I really appreciate it. Like I said. It's not appointed by POTUS. Okay. So inflation is not, but what about job numbers? What are job numbers done by? Are job numbers independent too? Great chat, thank you. If anyone donates $10 to PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo, Drolla Politics, I will take your call, phone number, and first name. But other than that, we're gonna calm down for tonight. If you want to come in Discord, well, I don't see anyone in there right now, actually. It might be too late. I was going to say we could do a community chat, but I usually do a community chat where I go into Discord and talk to everyone. There is a members-only chat in Discord, but when you join, you have to verify yourself and pick your ideologies. I'm not sure how long it takes for the CAPTCHA to work, but you need to verify yourself to see all the channels if you join Discord. Yeah, you gotta head out. We're done for tonight. Demanding your attention. Aw, he wants attention. Thank you, Zenith. I hope to see you as a future channel member. Remember, channel memberships are $3 a month. Donald Trump today. We're bringing back religion in this country. Yeah, Trump really cares about religion, bro. 100%. Trump is so religious. He's religiously... You are wrong. True. This chat is healing me. Oh, you're in the regular chat. Jola, I can listen to you, no problem, but I can't turn these comments off, so I gotta get out of here. Samantha, real quick, there's another stream on my channel at all times. So I run 2 streams. So if you go here, are you still here? On my channel, there's 2 streams. There's one shorts stream and there's one regular stream. So the horizontal stream usually has only channel members in there, okay? So if you want a regular chat, wait, you can turn off live comments too. But if you want like a regular chat with regular people talking, then you can go in the horizontal stream as well. But you can shut off the chat here, but the horizontal stream is I dropped a link to it. That chat is safe. That's where everyone goes to cool off if they don't want to see the shorts chat anymore. Yeah. The chill chat is there. On the horizontal. Yep. Thank you for watching. Pro tip, invest in VPN stocks. That's crazy. Are there public VPN stocks? What companies even own those? Where are the public VPN stocks at? All right. Good night, guys. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out. I stay in the trenches. Appreciate you guys. By chill chat, he means not outside my echo chamber. Huh? I'm gonna start doing subscriber chat. You have to be a subscriber for like a day to be in the regular chat from now on, I feel like. Or like 20 minutes, 10 minutes. Because if I do 10 minutes, then for the horizontal chat, if I do 10 minutes at least, then you can't have trolls come in there. So like the horizontal chat can be safe in general. That'd be kind of nice. BLS is independent. 4-year term. Wait. So who's gonna be confirmed by Trump's person for the labor statistics? Thank you. Thank you, Kit. Pro tip, invest in the iron lung companies when polio vaccine ban takes effect. 19% said yes. The numbers are very monitored. I hope so. Luigi's old news. Liberals can dish it but can't take it. I literally take it for hours at a time. Wait a second. Chill. Don't clip that. Come on, dude. Yeah, that's true. I love how egotistic you are. LMAO. Reminds me of Leafy is here, but without the intellect to back it up. Huh? I'm about to ban you. Even comparing me to Leafy. This show's entire point is taking calls from like the wildest people ever. Man, ooh, good stream though. Good stream. If you even know who Leafy is, then that's kind of scary. Without the intellect, you're being sarcastic, right? Because I feel like but without the intellect to back it up, you're being sarcastic. I assume. I have to assume. You were kidding in that comment, right? You're not a Trump sexual. Oh, honestly, I could probably donate half of my chin to Leafy and still have a pretty good jawline. What about the black pastor that gave a speech at the inauguration? If that Trump was not pro-religious, he would not have invited him. You mean the megachurch pastor that's like a billionaire off of his crypto coin that he started? Disgracing, hating. He hates the name of God. You realize that pastor hates God and he uses God for profit. And he went out after giving that sermon or whatever, and he literally like advertised his crypto coin. That black pastor was there. He was there to sell his crypto coin while being a, you know, token, essentially. It is a mega church pastor, yeah. The ones that drive Ferraris to church, and they tell you to hate the poor for some reason. I am exhausted. I always talk to chat at the end, though. PewDiePie is Pisco. Chill. Now you are witty. I'll give you that. You know, eventually, Vopran, okay, you're going to see, as I continue taking calls and prove people completely wrong about their entire belief system, you're going to move over eventually. You're just a kid right now. You're just a kid right now. You don't know any better, but you will. All right, go to bed. Go to bed, you parasocialists. Maybe I'm the parasocialist. Maybe that's the truth. You don't get the poll? Trump's nominees say they'll put Trump above the Constitution. So like if Trump tells them to do something like anti-Constitution, they refuse to say they would put the Constitution first, including Pete Hegseth, the worst Secretary of Defense of all time. Ugh. Tuck me in the bed. Oh god. Oh god. Oh yeah. The Joel Terriot. Is that a good name? Let me see. What's happening? Is Ace verified? Join Discord, get verified. Nice. Here, let's put a poll up for the name. Is Joel curious? I think someone gave me that name. I forget who though. Gave me that name. Hydro massage bed. Nice. I am going to church tomorrow, Ross. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. That's a true fact. Unironically, I'm going to church tomorrow. Thank you, Kit, for posting this in Discord. Really. Woohoo. Was I actually on fire tonight? Was I actually on fire? The name would confuse the Trump sexuals. I'm telling you, if Trump sexuals is used in any mainstream format, this community is claiming it. All right? We are claiming that. Just so you guys know. With Destiny now stepping back, I think there'll be okay, wait. With Destiny now stepping back, I think there is room for your content. A large following for this type of content, or looking for this type of content. I agree, but also I'm reaching people that Destiny could not reach. Okay? I'm reaching normies every day, calling my phone number in my call-in show because I care about impacting people and talking to them. You know, like Destiny could not expand its base past streamers. I probably affected more normies already than he did. And I was growing just as fast, if not more fast, before this whole thing came out about him. So I don't want any of my success credited that direction. I know you weren't saying that, but just to make sure everyone knows. My base of subscribers, they don't know who the hell Destiny is. I am expanding, I'm growing, doing something that these streamers can't do. Twitch kind of sucks, to be honest. Yeah, good donations. Appreciate it. Yeah, exactly. 236 likes. 236 likes on the stream. That's good. The horizontal stream got 46 likes. Yeah, the bishop, yeah. Yeah, that's a good number for them for the Constitution. Twitch has no discovery. Like Twitch, you can't get shared. I think dual streaming to YouTube and YouTube is good for now. If I get enough, TikTok would too. Yeah, if I could dual stream, if TikTok stays real, like I'm doing good on TikTok. I'm doing very good on TikTok. Very good. Off limited content. It took me a month to get the 3,500 subscribers on TikTok. I probably could have been I took a break from doing all the politics stuff. You know, I'm only called upon when I'm needed. I don't know if Epoch is still here, by the way. Epoch is the longest surviving sub. Like Epoch has been here since like the beginning. I'm not on Blue Sky yet. Yeah, but Twitch, there's a reason Peace Coast moving to YouTube is because Twitch is really they don't like recommend videos to people. And I want to like talk to people, like normies, like I said, like Twitch is a lot of kids. What year did you find this channel, Epoch? Probably 2021. I think 2021. Cuz you were one of the people in the Discord that I'd come back to every like 5 months or a year. Isn't that funny though? It's kind of funny because you guys would keep me motivated to some extent because I'd get messages from a handful of viewers asking me to continue making videos. After I quit the last time, saying that you needed, that my voice was like needed or not needed, but like to be beneficial. And now that I'm back making stuff, and now that I'm actually kind of popping off a little bit, I bet you feel like you're my mentors or something. Yeah, I mean during Biden's presidency, I did not care that much. I'm here for the fight, baby. Apparently. The Discord, we're done with the stream, by the way. So go to bed. Unless if you want to keep on talking, I'll send you a bill. The Discord has a lot of heated discussions in it, and it's good that we have a diverse like base of viewers, but it's really hard because there is a lot of content being shared in Discord that's also right-wing disinformation. But that's what happens when you have right-wingers in your Discord. Like you're gonna have the disinformation. So as long as we have a good mix of people who are gonna like correct it as it comes out, that's good. Much thanks. That's crazy. A-Golf, do you have a song to play us out tonight? A-Golf makes music. I'm wondering if A-Golf has a song to play us out. Because A-Golf usually links his songs. Thank you, Epoch. Thank you. Come on. Yeah, A-Golf is going to give us a song to play us out for the stream tonight. It's a tradition now. Oh, man. I can't wait to build up this community and then get banned from YouTube because Trump takes over the world. Good thing that'll be the least of my concerns if that happens. We're waiting on A-Golf for the playoff song. 2018 Jola. Well, I made content from 2019 to 2021. I did it for the Democratic primary 2019. Then I did it for the election. I went from being a Bernie bro to a Biden bro to a debate bro. That's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, not gonna lie. A golf. Oh wait a second. All right, this is A golf. The mod.
Before you slip into unconsciousness, I'd like to have another kiss, another flashing chance at bliss, another kiss, another kiss. The days are bright and filled with pain. Enclose me in your...
Oh, I was just announcing A golf. Sorry, that's why I was muted for that. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, this is A golf. The mod in chat. This is A golf. 1,000 girls, 1,000 thrills. Thank you. Thank you, A golf, our mod, fighting the good fight in the short stream. Thank you all for the amazing stream tonight. Truly, truly amazing. Thank you. If anyone wants to still watch someone, Pisco's still live as well. I'll redirect the stream there. If you go there, make sure you say hi. Jola sent me, because we want to make sure the Jola Terriot, or you can say the Jola Terriot sent me. Okay. If you go to Pisco and say the Jola Terriot sent me. All right. The Jola Terriot needs to be known on the internet, and the Trump sexuals. Did you send me money in a text, or did you just text me? Because if you just text me, I'm not looking right now. If you sent me money, I'll look. You did not send money, so I don't care. Not right now. I'll check. If it's something mean, you're getting banned, though. Just so you know. But yeah, go say hi to Pisco. Yeah, go to Discord. Go to Discord. Okay, go to Pisco. Say Joel Terry, it's yes.